There we go. I don't know why Twitter was like fucking up really hard. Same with like YouTube. It's like super annoying. Alright, okay, yeah. Alright, I hit it. I hit those. Okay, I hit those. Alright, what are we doing? Okay, what are we doing, boys? I need this. Boom. I'm gonna do this. Boom, boom. Oh, not that. No, anything but that. Oh. Okay, there we go. That should fix itself now. Yep, there we go. Cool. You know what? Why not? I'm feeling it. There we go. That kind of works out. It kind of works out. Here's what I can do. I really want to be like giga annoying and just do that. Part of me is tempted to say YOLO. Nah, we'll do it up here. We'll be a real one. Nah, actually, you know what? I am feeling it. After all, you know what? Here's what we're gonna do. See why I have the chat there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, they're all watching a movie or some shit. I could be this guy. Nah. Maybe though, we'll see. It might work out actually. Screw it. Here's what I could do. So chat right over it. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And then I'm just like, what, over here? No, I can be here. I can be here. Looking at it. There we go. Okay. Cool. Oh. Okay, first off though, first off. Boom. Okay, let's check this out. I want to see. Was there anything? Is it easier? Is it easy for me to? Assuming no. No. Naturally. All right. Cool. Ooh. Oh, all right, let's check it out. How was TwitchCon this year? Let's take a look and see. Is there a way I can do that? No. Wait. I got an idea. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Oh. Okay. That works. Cool. That works. Sweet. That works. Cool. Cool. Okay. I can turn the music down a little bit. Just a tad. Turn my feed up so I can hear how loud I actually am relative to everything else in the stream. Okay, there we go. Hello. Hey guys, how we doing, gang? Is that a little better? Some people don't like being like up in their microphone, but I think it's fun. I don't gotta talk really hard. All right, Dude, how is he so short? Unironically. Dude, this guy isn't... Dude, honestly, I don't know, man. There's something going on in that guy's brain, man. Goofballs. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, apparently Mr. Beast is under some hot water. What is this? Oh, well, whatever. Man, I gotta be careful. I swear, some of these chicks have no shame and will just post puss and then be like, hashtag TwitchCon! Dude, honestly, I'm curious. Jake Lucky probably did tweet a bunch about TwitchCon. That's something I was really curious about. What the fuck were all these kick streamers doing at TwitchCon? Get your own event, you fucking bozos. Come on, dude. Get your own thing. Come on, guys. Don't just go and crash TwitchCon. What the fuck? Come on now.
Thank you. Nice to meet you, Guayba. I think... Oh, sorry. Thank you. Okay. Yep. Thank you. Have a good day. You guys are incredible. You guys are the best streamers in the world. Thank you. 40K on top. Bye. 40K on top.
Who even? Yeah, so you gotta be careful, bro. What even is that?
On the track and no one can go anywhere.
Oh yeah, so apparently literally TwitchCon got kind of ah, man, you hate to see it. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do something crazy. Wait, was I right, by the way? No way. Uh-oh. That was one scroll. Oh no, I called it. One scroll. Oh no. Oh my gosh. You know, honestly, yeah, it's insane. Kelly's drama Discord straight died, didn't it? Fuck it. It's like literally nothing going on anywhere. I don't know. Wait, hold on. Oh yeah. Okay. Fuck it. I was like, let me change the room. Oh shit. Wait, hold on. Wait. Boom. Stop!
You're finally here.
Wait! Oh my gosh, he's here!
Will you come on stream or no? Okay, come. Boys.
Oh shit. Okay. What is this? Okay. Is there anything that was actually funny that happened?
Oh my god. Bro!
Oh, this guy got banned from Kick? Oh no.
Maybe I'll get like...
Yo.
Love, bro. Love is love. Nah, I'm getting in his way and sucking his dick. I'm getting on my knees ready for him. I'm getting ready for him, Sharp. Let me... What do you stream on Twitch? Yeah. Come on, bro. Come on. Come on, bro. What do you mean? I want clout. Give me clout. Put your dick in my mouth. I'll get clout, please.
Oh no, what the hell?
X, come on. Clout me. Clout me, daddy. I'm not good, no. Clout me. If you put your dick out, I'll be good.
You shouldn't even said you're good. That's insanity. Goodness gravy. Okay. Oh yeah, this is the same guy. He was doing weird shit all over apparently, dude. Wait, let me check the quotes here real quick. Let me check the quotes. Any relevant reposts? No. Oh, we'll see. This seems like another grab bag of clips. Fearbuck, of course, naturally is going to have some stuff for us.
Oh, did I? Oh, yeah? Is it? The fuck? Giga Virgin. Certified Giga Virgin. What the fuck?
Get on, lady. What? What? Hey, yo! Oh, hold on. Oh, no, I don't have my replay buffer. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, no. Oh. Okay. I see what happened. That's very valid. Very valid. Alright, okay. Could I do like I here we go. Okay, hashtag top hashtags. Okay, is this a bunch of blah blah blah? I'm looking for like the blogs. I'm looking for the blogs. Ooh, I knew it. I called it. I called it a while ago. I'll never not be calling it. I think that's about it. Yeah, man, I don't know, dude. Yeah, I mean, like, you know. This is interesting. What do you guys do? Wait, what do you guys do? Now I'm super curious. You have 900 followers on Twitter. $19K follows. Are you like a content group? Okay. TwitchCon. Hour 30, 20 minutes, 20 minutes, hour 30, hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 8 hours. Okay. You guys actually do grind. Holy shit. Damn, you guys are grinding actually pretty hard. Holy shit. You're doing like something like 2 streams a day. Holy fuck. Okay. Split for the fucking YouTube video. That's actually smart. Okay. Damn. Oh, you guys do like hella. Oh, I get it. You're an the ice cream posse. Now it's coming together. Okay. Because I was like, what is happening here? Well, I've never heard of these people. What the fuck is happening? Why does this have so many likes? What the shit's going on? Okay. Interesting. They're an ice cream themed stream group. Okay, cool. Word. Learned that today. All right, cool. You know, there's shit you learned today. You know, I don't know, man. All right. Yikers, there was a rave at TwitchCon? I'm sure there was. The block party was bumping. Oh, I'm so sure. Damn, I think I missed the Seattle block party, but like a mile, didn't I? When is that happening? Probably already happened. Yeah, I hella missed that shit. Rip. When does that even... Oh, there actually is one coming up, okay, there's actually a couple coming up soon, actually. You know, I might. This one's kind of in, like, a shitty neighborhood, though. And this one's literally just not even a natural. Okay, yeah, so they just... Yeah, that's what I thought. And they just didn't do it this year, because some shit probably happened. Okay, I see. Okay, Mr. Lucky of the Jakes.
Until further notice, I'm quitting streaming, okay? I will no longer be streaming anymore. You may ask, what am I doing? Okay? Until further notice, chat. I'm not gonna be streaming anymore. I'm now completing phase 2 of being a professional basketball player. Okay. Okay, y'all
No
might,
way, right?
Y'all might be like, what the fuck? Listen to me. No, don't laugh. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. No, don't laugh. Shit is cool. It's time to take it a notch. Chat. Until further notice, I'm quitting streaming, okay? I will no longer be streaming anymore. You may ask what.
That's pretty crazy. Okay, let's see what we got going here. Notify me. Don't notify me. Okay.
What do you need? I know he wants to be on the mic.
Oh yeah, it's this guy.
You're done. Find the guy in the fro zone thing and go kick him out of the venue, please.
Yeah, see, the thing is, I didn't hear a word he just said. Louis cut the mic right away. He's like, no. That's on me. I know
He's
better.
gonna watch the VOD.
Okay, just.
Here.
What do you need? I know he wants to be on the mic.
Why would you give him the mic? What? Wait, why would you give him your headset? You're like, okay, sure. Here you go. Why would you do that? And then you're like, wow, those are expensive mics. Like, no shit, dude. Why would you hand him that? What is this kid on, bro? Was Kick really around last year during TwitchCon? Okay, buddy. What is this? Yo, what the fuck? Okay, buddy. Mr. Lucketh. Oh. Does he not actually have anything? No. No. Amazing. Awesome. This was pretty funny. Apparently Aiden Ross scammed the thing.
Chat, y'all already know we gotta get on the best rides, bro.
The best rides, bro.
That's the minion.
What the hell? That's the minion.
W. Yo, chat, what language do minions speak again? Where's the rods at, though? You about to go to the Transformers. Turn me up, Singapore. Chat, this is the first country to have a Universal Studios.
Well, I mean, that's like from America, right?
That's some Keep it clear, keep it clear. Come on, let's go on the Transformer ride.
The attraction, we can't do any live streaming on the attraction.
What?
We can't do any live streaming on the attraction.
What do you mean?
And then it ends. That's pretty fucked. Some of my water tastes weird. Anyway. Oh, is this guy just coming more eye shows me? Dang, that's pretty crazy. Dang, that's crazy. That guy was all over the place, though. Yeah. I like how Xena's referred to as Sneeko's XGF. Hold on. I can't show this. I was about to full screen the fuck out of that. And you already know I am. Oh, yo. That shit's moving. I'm bricked. I'm bricked. I'm not gonna lie. Hearing people use like internet terms, especially like internet like goon terms, bro, It's just like, dog, what are you doing? I'm bricked. I'm bricked up, bruh. Oh, dude, it's moving, bro. Oh, like, bro, what the fuck, dude? No, get real. Get out of here with that. That's disgusting. What the hell? What, dude? Xena was on 1.5. Was she not? Holy shit! I gotta check. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Dude, Twitter streaming has got to be the worst. Holy shit. Good luck though. Oh my. Okay. Okay. All right. I was just like a pro-Palestinian protest at Twitch. That's insane. Is this the same guy? Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, dude. Yeah, dude, he definitely should be pressing charges 1,000,000%. That's open and shut on stream, dude. Yeah. And he still said yes, dude. Oh, what a baller. Attempted murder on camera. Is a snitch, and you're a dumb dipshit, Max Sterling. What a dumbass. Kick streamer DBR got kicked out from TwitchCon. Oh shit, by the police.
David. Yeah, of course, officer. No problem. I need to go outside the building. But then they took my badge, so I can't come back in. Are they trespassing me? Okay. I don't need you to explain, and I'll just go. Okay, no problem. Oh,
Yo. What's up, FP?
I'm not a retard. I would not run from you. But from them, I'll do the dash, officer. If you come back after they give you the warning, if you come back, you will be arrested.
The hell? He wants to be J. Cole. Oh no. How tall is this guy? Not tall enough. He's like 5'4", slightly taller than Kevin Hart. Oh no. This is a good one. This is a good one. Mr. Pascal fucked up the meme though. Oh me, oh my, here. If you want. Boom. Who the fuck? Did I just get moved? Bitch? No, I didn't get moved. It felt like I got moved though. Oh no. Please tell me there's like a... Oh my god. Wait. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Oh no.
Anywhere on the sidewalk, anywhere. I'm just not allowed in the building, correct? Legally. Okay. I just want to make sure I'm not breaking any laws or getting arrested. Yeah. I appreciate. No, I appreciate. You guys are really cool. You guys are really cool. Yeah, it's just disappointing because they said to me I got kicked out for breaking code of conduct, but I'm a streamer, so I would be banned if I broke code of conduct, right? Wow. It's really confusing. They said I broke code of conduct, but they don't want to tell me. They be having Diddy parties and shit, cocaine, everything. You guys need to check them motherfuckers out. I'm telling you. I swear to God. Last night they were having a Diddy party, no cameras, nobody.
Diddy party?
The partners. What the fuck's that gonna do? Fucking. I'm sorry, officer. I can't. Yeah, I know I'm in the dress right now, but I can't be fucking with that shit, man. I'm happy they're kicking me. I'm saving my life. My life has been saved by you guys. No, I'll just leave. It's okay. Thank you, officer. I don't want to make your job harder. Thank you. No, it's okay.
What a...
No, it's alright. So no point, because I don't want to badge and everything. So it's okay. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. No, I appreciate you guys, honestly. Thank you. I'll leave through this way, yeah? I love you guys. It's just hard for me to, like, configure the road sometimes. Thank you. Pass is valid for 72 hours. 24, 48. Oh, fuck! 72 hours is fucking 3 days. I'm a fucking retard.
Yeah, rip, bud.
Why don't you let Moises join OTK? You know Moises? You don't know Moises? He wants to be the OTK water boy. He's asked specifically for this role.
I don't know who that is.
I can hook you up. He's wearing a Rodo outfit. Like, his bald head. Like,
What is happening here? Oh.
Looks good.
thank you. I'm trying something new.
Yeah, it's fancy. Yeah, it really is. No, that's what you do.
It's my first time.
That's what you do.
Everyone's been asking me to do it. It's my first time now.
Okay, well, it's all good.
But I really like it.
Yes, I like you too.
Just please look into Moises.
Oh, all right, let's not do any more of that.
Okay, let's not do any more of that.
Yes. Any more of that. Thank you.
You guys are incredible too.
Yeah. All right, we need a hand sanitizer. We need napkins. We need. Okay, bye. See ya. Yeah. All right, we need a hand sanitizer. We need napkins. We need towels right now.
Yo. Yeah, that's kind of wild. Wait, what the hell? Why? What is... I guess because he has the money to just be this stupid. Damn, that guy got mogged. He got mogged. Okay. It's like a sport. If it's like a sport, it's pretty alright. It just can't be like a malicious, like a violent. It just can't be like violent, malicious. That's kind of like where they draw the line. Dang. Bro, he got owned though in the cage. That's kind of crazy. Damn. Okay, for your buck. What the hell? No.
Right now, he's still fucking blocked. But it's okay, you know. That's not what you're gonna say at all. I wasn't supposed to say this. He's still blocked though. I haven't unblocked. He's talking more candid. Yo, we are TwitchCon right now. He's still fucking blocked. He's still a bitch. But it's okay.
Damn.
That's not what you're gonna say at all. I wasn't supposed to say this. He's still blocked though. I haven't unblocked. He's talking more candid.
I miss Gusay. Is that all he posted? We should sign that guy. His downfall is to be studied. Oh man, that was insane. Stop.
I hate when motherfuckers discredit my success, bro. I was averaging 100K, right? With the fastest chat ever in history, right? And chat, I would end my stream. This dude Sneeko went up 50,000 views on Rumble. I would end my stream. I went on Fresh and Fit. Fresh and Fit went up 50,000 views. Get off my fucking dick, bro. Give me some credit for once in my life, bro. This old ass man. I don't got no beef with you, bro. I love kick. I love kick stat. But bro,
Bruh.
like you're looking at my like you're so deep in, bro.
Mogged. Yikes. Okay. Yeah, honestly, I keep forgetting the Diddy thing is even happening in the background. Yeah, honestly though, good for you, Dr. Umar, pumping out your video, your 5-minute video. Dang.
Hey, have a great day, man. Or sir, or ma'am. Sorry. Oh my god. I'm so sorry.
Yes.
I'm sorry.
You should be sorry because I told you my pronoun.
I'm sorry.
What's your angle exactly? Like, I'm just kind of wondering, like, you know, you came in pub friendly and everything, but what's trying to accomplish here?
I just want to talk to you. I messed up. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
I didn't mean.
Good. Yeah. No, you're good.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Have a great day.
Yeah.
God bless. Okay. All right. Oh my god, bro. The look in the look in his eyes. He wanted to beat my ass.
Yeah, what a dick. Yeah, nah. What an asshole. It's just disgusting, dude. It's like, it's not that hard to just not be an asshole. Like, it's just not that hard to just not go out of your way to piss people off for the sake of being an asshole. Like, you know, like, even if you don't agree with it, dude, like, you don't have to be an asshole and, like, go up to people and, like, start these stupid confrontations. You can just not talk to them. What a novel concept. Anyway, but I don't know. It's just like, dude, come on, grow up, bro. Grow up. Goodness gravy. It's sad. It's sad to see that people still like pull that shit. That's crazy. Whatever. Is that all of the TwitchCon clips there really was? No. All right. Okay. Here's what we gotta do now. It's gonna be a day and a half, bro. What the hell?
Welcome into everybody from the.
What the hell? Did you change outfits? How did you manage that? That's scary. How did she? They can't keep getting away with it, boys. They can't keep getting away with this. Dude, Kick is a madhouse right now. What am I looking at? What even is this? No way. Nah, no way. Reported immediately. No way. Hold on, wait. Okay, no, literally, what the fuck? Yo, this is the most insane shit, dude. No. This is what I'm saying, bro. This is what we're competing with. Rip, bro. It's over for us. Oh, she's painting, though. That's pretty cool. That's actually a good painting. Okay. Go you, though. Okay, anyway. Off to the fucking goddamn it. Because Xena's fucking section always distracts me super hard. It's not my fault, boys. It's not my fault. I'm only a man. I'm only a man. I'm only a man. Only a man. Because I don't want to go through the whole fucking shit. Damn it. I don't want to go through it all. I probably should just do that, though, but I don't want to. Oh, goodness gravy. Well, okay, here's what I gotta do. Here's what we're gonna 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 do. Damn it, I forgot. I'll be okay. I'll be okay. I'll be okay. Why? Oh, I know why. Because I'm looking at her clips, and so she's got all her, like, goon viewers and shit clipping her shit and probably posting them all over the place and be like, dude. Yeah, this is a problem and a half. Actually, wait, no, wait. It might not be the problem. Okay, wait. Okay. What is this one? What is this? What is this one?
This is E. No, not this.
Yes, I'm watching.
I mean, you came and sat up behind us, and we were sitting here way before you. First of all, a public sidewalk. We are paid customers. You just sat the fuck down. So don't ask me where the fuck my camera is. My customer. I don't give a fuck. I'm already a paid customer. You see me eating food. I was eating. You decided to get up in my fucking.
Man, dude, honestly, this is why I like Xena though. She's just because she's just based. She's based. She's a little based. Oh, okay. All right.
We do it. Oh,
Glad she's laughing with you. Of course she's laughing with me. Nana's our bitch. Wait, where the fuck did Nana go?
Oh. Dun dun dun.
Oh, you scared me. Hi.
No way.
Oh, you scared me.
This guy's not even that hot.
Hi. Yeah, I used.
Okay, I have just a card.
Yeah, I used a card as well.
Yikers McGikers.
Yay!
I tried to surprise you, but I was
Ew.
like, I don't want to be really far.
Granted, amazing surprise. How you feeling? You look adorable. Did fake freckles today. Try it. I was like, I can't. So.
I was like watching your stream. I was.
Oh, she's buying people saying that she's buying drugs. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Can I show this one on stream? I know. I'm gonna have to watch Darius's shit next. I already know. Oh damn, he did get hit in the head though. That stinks. Rip.
I got these. She doesn't have her helmet.
Kim, I know
didn't let
being
her get her
around
helmet,
the
bro. I'm
4'7"
tired of seeing
Cena
that
makes you
fucking
feel
F3
big,
shit
but
on my stream.
you need to be careful out there.
Speed date him. Speed date him. You know they're desperate.
That's a fucked clip. That's a good one. Watch the full video. Yo, okay, that's it too. Click the link below. You'll never believe what happens next. Boosh, boosh. Single moms in your neighborhood are doing what? Oh no.
I'm gonna keep walking. That's why I knew to keep walking.
Amazing.
Get your cable. You always sitting like we got a bad bitch walking. We got a bad bitch. You always sitting like we got a bad.
Oh, it's Twitch Xena. Okay, what is this? Rent-free cot?
Get your cable. That's not. First of all, I'm a grown ass woman. That ain't my nigga. That's a little boy, and that's my little brother.
What is this, bro? Dude, this guy was apparently causing problems with everyone. What a tool. Yikers, bro. You gotta be careful, bro. Next year, if he gets caught at Twitch, bro, someone's just gonna, like, press him really hard. He's annoyed too many people already, bro. You can't get clout off of making enemies. Okay, well.
He's coming
This is what we've been waiting for?
Let's see if we see him through here.
Am I gonna get not baited?
He's already out. Damn. I'll just get her run. He's gone. Chat, I don't. Gone. The fact that Fresh started running too was so funny. The fact that Fresh started running too was so funny. I saw him and I knew he saw me and took off running. That's why I had to start screaming Sneeko so I could come out in the clips so they could hear me on stream. And everybody was looking. That was so funny. I don't care if that makes me look like a creepy stalker. It's a W clip. I also get better dick, but like, it's funny.
What a gamer! What a gamer!
And everybody was looking. That was so funny. I don't care if that makes me look like a creepy stalker. It's a W clip. I obviously get better dick, but like, it's funny.
Clippable moments. I obviously get better dig. Like, oh, what a moment and a half.
He got away, guys. He's on the second floor. I'm so out of breath, dude. That nigga can run. Look at him. He's up there. He took off. Hiding on the floor.
Oh my god.
He took off. He took off. Look at him. He's peering out, looking at me over the steps. He's peering out, looking at me over the steps.
What the
He
hell?
was just peering out, looking at me. Out, looking at me. Look at him. He's peering out, looking at me over the steps. Go up there, though. I can't.
What the hell? Oh, yo. Yo, he got away.
There goes your guys' clip. There goes your guys' clip. That.
What an insane ride.
Best clip. Well, I did the best I could. That was so lit, though. Not even gonna hold you. That was so funny. I don't even know or watch. Like, the one I chased? Yeah. Why, did he say something at the door?
No, I just know when he went out, he had
Sneeko, he's my ex. He's like really terrified that like I'm gonna stab him. I just want to get back with him though.
Oh, okay.
Like I guess I threatened to stab him, but he's my ex. Like, you know, it is what it is. Like, yeah. Bye. I'll see you. Take care. Bye. Embarrassing. Okay. Now we gotta find more.
Yikes. So then, at some point, there's ways that I can tell. There's ways that I'm able to gauge, right? So, like I see like repeats of the same clip.
Own thing, and only because he kept pressing the issue to me, I'm like, bro, no, I'm gonna go by myself. Like, why would I invite you when you're already being a fucking asshole for what?
So I have the time. Does it continue from that timestamp or what? Fuck you. Oh shit. What did I just witness? By the way, this was the rave at TwitchCon. You know, like it's over, boys. We had our fun. Had our fun. What a bummer. What a bummer. Because I can't just, like, raw restream some random kick streamer's fucking channel. Okay, hold on. Something here happens, though. This is what we're looking for. Because I only have to look for the Darius POV of the other day, and then I can just put on Jizzler, and then... W content.
Can you go the fuck away? Get away!
Wait, what happened? Uh-oh. Hey, there's Relly.
What the fuck? I'm about to fucking spaz the fuck out. Can you go the fuck away? Get away for a second, bro. Girl, leave me alone.
Whoa, dude. Well, okay. Whoa, hey, yo. Okay, well, that was fun. GG's, boys. Unfortunate. A little unfortunate. Well, a little unfortunate. Can't have that. Now, post-editing Barberto has bleeped that out. Stream Barberto is crying right now. Vine boom. Anyway, okay, well, noted. I should have... Honestly, it's on me because I should have known it involved Darius and Xena. Like, really, it's my fault when I think about it. In retrospect, I don't have anyone else to blame but myself. I go to the zoo because I want to see the bears, you know? And sometimes the bears roar. And for me to be surprised by that, or like I go and I see the lions and they roar and I go, whoa! As if that's not what they do. Like, what the fuck? Okay. So, engaging now. I'd love to see Sam Hyde and his friends. And so he's just like chihuahuaing around her and like yapping around her. Yikers. Oh, it feels bad. Yeah, it seems like she was having a pretty pogger stream until that interaction, and then, like, it seems like for the entire rest of the night, Dude, this is like an hour. This is like an hour and a half later. Dude, that legit ruined her whole ass night. That's pretty insane. Bummer. How we doing, mommy? Bum bottom. Beep boom beam. What the hell? What is even happening? Oh, okay. So I think I got the VOD that I need to watch. Timestamp I clicked on immediately has an F-bomb, so I'm glad I'm glad I didn't unmute yet because I knew that was gonna happen. I knew it. Unbalanced audio. Love it. Destiny doesn't love me, bro. Bro's having an actual Joker moment right now. Just put the price in the bag and paste. You know what's happening right now? You know what's happening? Hold on. Oh, fuck you. Okay, anyway.
But it's just annoying that I don't know how to conduct myself. That people don't get the joke. People don't get it. Nobody gets it. And nobody will get it. Unless you're me. Because it's such a niche little internet art. That makes sense. Just for me, just when I was waiting for these viewers. Dude, never in my life would I do the content doing something else. I'm not going to scour the internet looking at anything else or some old channel content to be like, go and give my critiques. I don't care. I don't care what Grace Thorpe's doing with her dad. I just saw a video of them jerking off each other or something. I don't care. I don't want to comment on it. It's disgusting. I don't care what Loner Box is doing in his free time.
Oh, that was amazing. Oh, that was amazing. Oh, that was actually S tier. Oh, no. Hold on. Please. Oh, no. That was amazing. Actually, hold on. Oh, I need that. Hold on, boys. Sorry, no. Some S tier memery is happening here. No. Where is it? CapCut, give me that. Okay, I was gonna say, don't test environment. I don't need that. I don't need an update right now. I don't need that! But ask me if I want any notifications twice, chat. CapCut. What are you doing? Import. Close this. Timeline. Load. Timeline. Timeline. Load. Darius Joker moment. Okay, no, we can pop it up to what's that gonna be? 30 megabytes. Give me that. Give me that. Okay. Okay. No. How do I? Is this? Do that. Where did I just? It should be in my video folder. No? Am I stupid? Oh my gosh. Okay. Main screen. Let's see. Should be. Fuck me. What I just named it. God damn it. That's what happens when I start making too many memes. Darius Joker moment. Oh no. Oh no. Oh.
That people don't get the joke. People don't get it. Nobody gets it. And nobody will get it unless you're me.
Oh, let's go. That's amazing. Worth.
Don't want to know even.
Okay, wait, hold on. Before I get absolutely mogged again, though. Okay. Oh no. Okay. So now. Bim badim.
to fuck your ex-girlfriend.
Oh no.
I would love for you to do that. Go for it.
It must hit crazy, right? Because you're acting out of pocket over it.
I was like, I'll be short for no. I already explained the situation. I felt like I was really like fucking lied to for the past. I spent my TwitchCon day, the time that I spent to like do myself to sit here and have conversation with a woman about a situation I felt. And I feel like I was lied to. It really fucking hurt, especially when I'm like 12 shots deep into fucking alcohol. It's like it was pretty painful. It was a pretty hard thing to do, and it lingered on into the next day, which today I had a really rough day. I did something very strategic. That it's called, I call it the DTT. It's called the Darius 10. No, D.
Oh no.
DTP. Darius 10-point plan, and it's gonna be nothing but good shit from now on.
Poggers, dude.
Cool.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm convinced.
I don't know if
I'm
anyone
convinced.
believes that, but
We have heard this shit before.
I'm sold. I'm sold, bro.
done with Xena, I swear
You
to
sold
God.
me, yeah, bro.
Tale and story in the
Sold, bro.
world. But I think
Convince
this one
me,
will definitely
dog.
work.
I hope it does for your sake, brother.
Yo, for real
Brother,
though.
Always
I know
want to
for
see
my
a king
sake.
winning.
Unironically
This
though.
king's already got his crown on.
I'm not hating.
Trust me, there's no reason to hate.
Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta close.
Hold on. Darius, did you call Xena or did Xena call you?
Xena called me.
Okay.
No, I think
Well,
no,
she
no, no.
definitely.
Sorry, I'm lying. I did call her after the situation, and then she called me later.
Okay. So you both called each other. All right.
I called her, and then because I was really fucking hurt because I was like she was like talking to him about it, and she was like lying, and it was pissing me off because I kept watching because I'm such a fucking idiot. And it was like she keeps doing this thing where she's like, no one was trying to jump you. She kept trying to. She was trying to, like, these people they don't care because I'm gonna be afraid with you. At the end of the day, they just want to fuck. But they don't care about anything she has to say. But she was literally telling me they were gonna jump me while I'm drunk as fuck. They said they're gonna jump you, and then he's like, oh, he's trying to fight you guys. I'm like, no, I'm not trying to fight them. But if they're trying to say they're gonna jump me, go for it, nigga. I'm not fucking scared of two fucking fat ass niggas and a string bean. Like, I'm not worried about that. If they want to do that on stream, that's content for me. I'll make money off it. Like I don't fucking care. And then
I mean, it wouldn't have been content for you. You were not streaming.
I would
Yeah.
have
that we should hang
I
out.
would have
because
gone live.
I'm not streaming.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I would have gone live, and then I stopped streaming because that's why I said I'll go hang out with them or whatever. But then that's when they told me afterwards that they're gonna fight, and I was like, oh, okay. And if we went over there and they were like, oh, they're gonna jump you, then like, okay, I'll go live.
Wait, they told you they were gonna fight, or Xena told you?
She told me that they were gonna jump.
I genuinely don't remember if I finished doing my
I don't know if you muted
onslaught.
during that time or whatever. I don't know if you heard it on stream. She was saying that
Okay, looks like it.
and Remzi or something were gonna jump me, and she doesn't know what the vibe is. And I was like, what the fuck? And then she's using the excuse now when I talked to her about it like this morning. She was like, oh, because something along the lines. You said you had homicidal rage. I told her I had homicidal rage, but I was like, I have homicidal rage from the situation that's happening right now. It's very frustrating to watch and very frustrating to be into. And also, I'm like jacked out of the fucking bones because I'm such a fucking gangster weight trainer right now that my testosterone's through the roof. And I'm
You're
just
taking Trin?
I'm not taking Trin, but I definitely should start at some point. Riley doesn't want me to take
anything?
No, Riley doesn't want me to take anything.
He shouldn't take anything. He has no discipline with his eating. Wes.
What do you mean? What did I even do?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter at all. Trin and steroids are so insane. It doesn't matter if you eat like
whatever.
shit. They're so overpowered.
Also, you gotta have the genetics for it. So
No, what?
I don't
are you
think
crazy?
it's not for everyone. If you're not disciplined, you will gain weight from doing that.
Yeah, obviously you have to say you just work out, but it's like you get
I don't even know where it
double the
is.
effects from exercise that anyone else.
This is
does.
chilling.
It's like the most fucking
Wes,
retarded
you
buff on the
understand
planet.
that he wants to take it for the weight to improve his looks.
Yeah.
Not like he's gonna do like a powerlifting competition.
He doesn't need it, bro. Just
And-
lifting. He'll put on so much fucking muscle.
Is this you?
No.
This got mogged,
Roommate's
didn't
on
you?
Trin,
Are you on
and
the
he gets
juice?
So big. No,
Yo,
my roommate.
he is
Barry's
juiced.
done it a bunch of times.
Dun, dun,
and
dun.
you get massive so
Yeah, you
fast.
just got
And it's like,
one
we don't
tapped.
lift that long, like 30,
Oh, okay,
45
got
minute
it.
sessions 4 or 5 times a week, but like you just pack it the fuck on. It's scary. you get a little weird and like you start jerking off the tranny porn, but you know.
Yo, okay,
comes with
well,
the-
dude, I hate Wes. He's actually just the worst person imaginable. And like not even like oh haha like kind of like funny redeemable. Goodness gravy. Okay, well, time to watch that worst possible debate performance of all fucking time. Yeah. No, I just want. Yeah, give me that. Okay, let me see this.
Should have stepped up to fight against Germany.
I think that the United States.
That's such an
Yeah, this is gonna be really funny.
Should we have stepped up?
I saw this one live like a little bit like towards the end, like just the Q&A, and I was like, how the hell did this lady even get in here?
I will call out people who I think take money from other countries and they don't declare it. People like who worked under Tenet Media, other people that are still operating in this media environment, people like yourself probably.
Sort of slander, that sort of slur right here in front of everybody. You're a piece of shit. And I speak for a lot of people when I say that.
I'm sure
she got really mad.
Moscow right now. Yeah, I think that right now, I think one of the most important things in America, and I think for the world, is that we all kind of get back on the same page factually about stuff that's actually happened. So I think supporting Harris is important for a few key reasons, and I think the first one is that right now the Conservative Party in the United States is completely and totally divorced from any type of factual reality. I think that the Democrats, whether you agree or disagree with their policies, are at least more in the real world than the Republicans are. If you want, you can look through the Dominion lawsuit against Fox News, where Fox News literally says over and over again, we're going to lie about the Dominion machines. They do lie about the Dominion machines. The reason why they do that is to keep up with the other false conservative media that's lying about the Dominion machines. And you can see this over and over and over again, whether it's all of the allegations of voter fraud, where Sidney Powell and Giuliani have said that they lied about it, whether it's Trump pushing voter fraud claims that he has been told over and over again are not true. Yeah, I just think that the fact that conservatives are no longer based in reality is a huge threat to really the world, because it makes it so we can't live in the same reality, so we can't even discuss policies, and instead we're wasting all of our time debating conspiracies. And that's, I think, one really good reason to support the Democratic Party. On policies, I think supporting the Democratic Party or the Harris candidacy is also important, because Trump has no policies. Every time he opens his mouth, he just says some random crazy stuff. He's talking about a 10%, 20% tariff on all imports. I don't even know if he fully knows what a tariff is. At times where we're worried about things like inflation, the idea of adding like 10 or 20% of a price tag onto every single good that you buy is absolutely insane. I think that in terms of economic policy or in terms of domestic policy, I think that the Democrats are much more able to get real stuff done rather than just kind of like pander to an audience. For example, Trump ran on building the wall. He had 4 years to build the wall. He didn't build the wall. He had Republicans in both halves of Congress. There's really no excuse for his failures other than blaming the people around him, which I don't know why he wouldn't just do that again the next 4 years that he's in. Spoiler alert, he will do that again. You compare Donald Trump's, saying we're going to do something about China to Biden passing the CHIPS Act because he was able to actually be an effective leader and get Congress to legislate an actual bill. Or if you look at how the Democrats tried to tackle the border problem, where they had a bill and Trump shot it down because he wants to keep the border open for election season, I think it's clear that the Democrats win when it comes to actual policy. And I think Donald Trump as an individual is an abhorrent,
I'll show off the build for these daggers.
Treasonous person who tried to weaponize the DOJ. He tried to create fake slates of electors in order to overturn the electoral vote. He basically chair-led violence on January 6th to try to pressure legislators to not certify the vote. And he tried to subvert the peaceful transfer of power, only leaving when, at multiple stops, there were other people inside of the administration that basically stopped his attempt to, take over power in the United States to prevent the actual outcome of the last election from coming to fruition. So I think that Harris is a very, very easy choice over Trump, basically no matter which way you look at it. But yeah, that's my argument.
Thank you very much for that opening, Stephen. And folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, don't forget to hit that subscribe button, as we have many more upcoming debates. And we're going to kick it over to Kim. Thanks for being with us, Kim. The floor is all yours for your opening as well.
Thank you. The reason why you should not vote for Kamala Harris, I think the biggest reason why you should not is to protect democracy, the very thing that Democrats claim they're constantly trying to protect. Meanwhile, Vice President Kamala Harris ran for president in 2020. She ended up having to drop out early from the race before the first primary vote because her candidacy did not generate any significant support among the Democratic electorate.
That time,
there was a lack of enthusiasm. There was
versus this time, where there is none of those things. There is confidence in
being selected by
like support leadership and all that.
To be the vice president for Joe Biden. Furthermore, then what Democrats have done is they have squashed any any ounce of the ability to have an election. They squashed any candidates that were challenging Joe Biden, unlike Republicans who actually had a primary, trying to primary Donald Trump. We saw numerous candidates going after Donald Trump. Nikki Haley ran a very fierce campaign against him. So did Ron DeSantis. Meanwhile, Democrats actually buried any possible counter to any alternatives to Joe Biden. They then decided to take the guy out to pasture, essentially pushing him aside against his will. They then had no open primary in order to nominate Kamala Harris as the candidate. And they instead, once again, in the same very way that they made her the vice president candidate, is that the party elites from a very top-down structure without the support of the American people, without the support of their Democratic voters, decided to anoint Kamala Harris as the candidate. If you care about democracy, even if you like Kamala Harris, to support that type of anti-democratic behavior is signing off on this happening over and over and over again. To agree to this, maybe you like Kamala Harris today, maybe she is the person that you think you agree with her policies.
So I don't know if this lead is like American or Canadian,
in this very
but she already doesn't know
You're
how like the presidency and like vice presidency work. She's like, this is undemocratic. She's just shoehorned in. What do you mean? Biden was there, and then all of a sudden she was. I don't get it. I don't understand. It must be evil.
You're paving the way for this sort of authoritarian top-down form of leadership that the next time the candidate that you don't like
Okay,
could
come on,
end up being
RNG.
the one, nominated. Although I will say that the vast majority of the voters do
That's not
not
too
like
bad,
Kamala
though.
Harris, so she's not a particularly popular candidate. She has the lowest approval rating of any vice president ever in the history of this nation since polling has come out, with a net negative rating of -17. So, Kamala, if you care about democracy, if that's something that you genuinely want to preserve in this nation, then you cannot support the way that the Democratic Party has gone forward nominating their candidate.
And we got a quitter
Thank you
McShitter
very
out
much for that
here.
opening as well. Folks, want to let you know we're going to have roughly 1 hour and 45 minutes for tonight, so do get your questions for the Q&A in early. You can do that either tagging me in the live chat with @ModernDayDebate, or you can use the super chat that will push your question to the top of the list. We don't want insults toward the guests. We want sincere questions. Thank you very much. Floor is all yours, Destiny and Kim.
Yeah, I guess the first thing is, do we agree that Donald Trump thought that Vice President Pence could choose him as the winner of the last election?
I don't know what Donald Trump thought when it came to that. I think
are
that
they
there
doing?
are some legalities with how our country runs that do allow for certain procedures. A lot of them are really wonky and they get into the weeds. So there is maybe a possibility that he thought something could happen, but
Okay, are you
or
aware
maybe he didn't.
that Trump and Eastman wanted Pence to break the law in Congress, the Electoral Count Act? They wanted him to break that law to choose Donald Trump to remain president.
Once again, I'm not sure if that was breaking the law or if that was using an obscure
Oh, no. Or just using an obscure, yeah.
procedural rule that would allow for something along those lines. That has been debated by experts. I am not an expert on that, but experts do debate that.
To be clear, experts, are you aware that...
No, that's a god tier line. Nah, you can't tell me that's not S tier as fuck, bro. Okay? Experts debate that, okay? I'm not an expert, okay? But they debate it. That's amazing. I knew coming back to this would be amazing. Oh, I knew
Eastman
waiting on
himself
it.
said on first
How do you know?
pass...
Why do
Wait,
you
hold
say
on.
that experts
Actually,
don't
wait.
debate that?
Yeah, let's go. Hold on. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, okay. Let's see.
That when they do debate
Because
that.
there are
I mean,
none.
that is,
Find them and bring them to me, and I will destroy all of them.
you
No
don't think
real
that there are
expert.
any-
No, there are none.
That there are any experts that debate whether or not there are some procedural rules that would allow for certain things to happen
Ooh,
during
let's go.
during those procedures. You don't think that there's any expert out there that was arguing that? Because I heard numerous experts saying that there was this obscure rule that would allow something like that to happen.
Maybe from other countries, but not from the United States. No. There were no serious experts arguing this. That's why Eastman himself said that if it went to the Supreme Court, he said they'd probably lose 7-2.
There's no serious experts debating this.
7-2. So 2 of the Supreme Court justices, do you not think that they know the laws of this country?
Eastman was asked on First Pass, do you think that they would win in the Supreme Court? And he said, we would probably lose 7-2. And then he admitted they would lose 9-0.
But actually, we don't know because it never went to the Supreme Court. But had it, maybe it would lose 7-2. I'm not saying it would have won, but the fact that there maybe would have been 2 or 3 justices that would have ruled in favor show that there is an obscure rule that potentially could have been used that Trump thought that would be possible.
If you're the progenitor, if you're the originator of the idea, and even you think that you would lose in the Supreme Court, but maybe two people
yeah, right.
You, that doesn't seem like an idea that's hotly contested by experts.
Experts clearly, if 2 of them would agree to it, then maybe you wouldn't win, but it still doesn't mean that the rule isn't worth challenging. There's plenty of cases that lose in the Supreme
Dude, no, this is amazing. It's like, well, even if I know it's a losing fight, right? It's like, it's worth fighting it, right? I mean, like, shit. You had to do it. You got to understand. You had to. Literally had to. Goated.
Supreme Court, it doesn't make them not worth challenging.
Do you think it would be in line with American democracy for the president to tell the vice president to ignore the will of the voters and choose who the next president is going to be?
I think that if the will of the voters was ignored by the electoral process and if the vote was rigged, then yes, absolutely, it would be the responsibility of the President of the United States to actually put that forward to protect democracy in this country. Depends on how you look at it. If it were Donald Trump who subverted the election and Kamala Harris actually wins and you believe in your mind or you know for sure that she actually won, wouldn't you want them to challenge that? Wouldn't you want them to try to do whatever they could to preserve democracy? The only reason you're against it is because of the person. And you've got to look deeper than that. It's got to be about the actual process, not the person. Donald Trump might not be your guy or my guy, but nonetheless, the process.
Yeah, so wait, so she's not even for Trump. That's right.
You already said that you don't know the process, so I don't know why you're appealing to the process. Donald Trump did try to challenge the election with 64 different court cases. He won one of them in an inconsequential Pennsylvania case that didn't really impact much of the vote at all. He lost the other 63. He was shot down in the Supreme Court a number of times, and he was shot down when he tried to present false evidence to state legislatures a number of times. Everywhere that he tried the process, he lost, and that ended up with him begging Pence to basically just choose him as the winner of the election. At what point can we not say this is probably anti-democratic?
How is that anti-democratic? He went through the process. If you challenge things in court and you lose in court, that's still using the process. Just because you lost doesn't mean that you're doing anything illegal.
It was illegal to break the ECA. He lost in the courts. That's why he told Pence, I need you to break the law and choose me to be president. That was the process. He went through the courts and he lost. He didn't like the result, and then he asked Pence to choose him to be the winner of the election. This is anti-democratic.
Literally,
I believe that is part of the, if that's part of the process, that's part of the process.
Was it part of the process when they had people forge in 7 different states that they were the electors and that they wanted to vote for Trump?
Again, there are a lot of rules with the process. In fact, when the Democrats were upset that Donald Trump had won in 2016, they pursued similar tactics.
Can you name a single
thank God. Yeah, I literally didn't even make enough to pull mine because they're just like all over the place. Yeah, this team's ass.
I believe Colorado actually in 2016 did put forward some alternate electors or even said that they wanted to have a compromise candidate send electors to do the election and instead put Mitt Romney in as a compromise candidate. I remember this very clearly.
on what a state legislature said that maybe they want to do to maybe they did is far different than Trump's campaign. That's great that there was a push for it. That's great that some people might have pushed for it. Donald Trump and his underlings falsified 7 different slates of electors for Pence to choose on January 6th. This is anti-democratic. What could be less democratic than trying to change the outcome of the election of a state because you don't like the result?
Do you believe that the election results in Venezuela were accurate?
I'm not Venezuelan. I don't care about the results in Venezuela, but we had ways to challenge the results in the United States. Breaking the law and having the vice president choose you to be the president again, surely you can see the conflict of interest there, right? The guy that is president right now is saying that the election was rigged when he's running for election again. I mean, like, why would we trust this person who lost in every other forum?
In 2016, Democrats believed that the elections were rigged.
Hillary, what's the difference though? In 2016, Hillary conceded that night. Donald Trump said stop the count and tried to win the election early.
Did Hillary really concede, or
she did.
She conceded and then continued to undermine behind the scenes Donald Trump's presidency, continue to delegitimize it, continue to go after him numerous times over and over after 2016.
You can go after people however you want. What could be less democratic than Donald Trump telling Pence, I want you to make me the president again. I'm not happy with these court results. I'm not happy with what's going on. I need you to choose me again to be president.
I don't think that's actually a clear characterization of what really happened.
It is absolutely what happened. It is
Well,
verbatim.
from your perspective.
No,
but I
from
don't
the
think
perspective
from
of
the
every single
perspective-
person involved. That's why Eastman, after it failed, was emailing Giuliani saying, like, hey, you remember that pardon list? I think I do need to be stuck on that. I think I'm going to need some pardons preemptively, just in case. This is why Giuliani and Sidney Powell are being sued. It's why they've admitted that they lied about the voter fraud. It's why a lot of them are being disbarred now. Yes, this all happened. It's a very public record, very open testimonies, under oath. Yes, all of this happened. So do you agree that Donald Trump telling the vice president, can you make me president again? That's like the least democratic thing you could ever do in a democracy.
I think that if you think that the election was rigged, I think that it is your responsibility to protect democracy.
So you think that Donald Trump should have tried to steal the election if he thinks that
forgive me, I just want to I want to give you a chance to each of you to get any last thoughts on this, but then I want to redirect us back to Kamala Harris per se.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. I just think when we talk about democracies, the Democratic Party or the Republican Party could literally right now say, oh, here's my candidate. We're going to put this guy forward, and then you guys can vote for them or not in the general election. Both parties have a right to do that. They're private parties. They can do whatever they want, basically. The idea that Kamala Harris, who was the vice president, who was on the ticket, that delegates that switch from Biden to Kamala Harris is somehow anti-democratic. You don't have to vote for them in the general if you don't want to. Nobody's forcing you to do that. But somehow Donald Trump telling the vice president, hey, I need you to just pick me as the president. I need you to pick me and ignore, the will of the actual voters of the American population and just pick me to be the president again because I'm not happy with the results of the last election. That is the least democratic thing you could ever do in a democracy.
I think it was to delay in order to allow for more counting. I don't think it was just install me as president again and anoint me as president. It instead was a tactic to delay in order for the challenges to go through the courts.
The challenges had gone through and they'd all lost. All 64 cases were resolved by then. They had nothing live. Everything was dead. It was completely gone. That's why they wanted him to just choose him to be president again during the January 6th counting ceremony. Yeah.
Forgive me, Kim. I'm sure you've got a round in the chamber ready to fire, but I do want to just redirect us just back to Kamala Harris per se.
Okay, so regarding Kamala Harris, it is an undemocratic process to anoint the next person. Even if the Democratic Party is allowed to do this because they are a private company, I understand that the courts have ruled in that way.
Okay, here real quick, boys. So this is the new stat chance here. I'm gonna turn off chat for just a second. Where are you? Oh fuck. There you go. Thank you. All right. And then I'm gonna turn my chef up there. Okay, so. What is this build, Boberto? What are those? What are those? What are those knives you're using? Well, boys, welcome to Ether Daggers. Level 3, that's right. 3 Forma, that's all this took. Just 3, only 3. So how does it work? This is a stat weapon. It is ridiculous. It has a unique trait. It has a stealth damage 900. So on characters like Octavia and Loki, this weapon is insane, right? So 900% stealth. I have to preface that, right? 900% stealth, okay? Because the way that damage gets applied is so dumb. It's so dumb, right? Because it's like base damage, but still, like, the way that scales is actually redonkulous. So here's what happens. So I got a fuck ton of slash on this bitch, right? I got 1,069 slash. I got another 1,100 corrosive. I got 2,399. I got almost 2,400 total damage per hit. That's per hit. 2,400, right? And that's with a 75% stat chance. Okay? That's 37% to proc corrosive and 33% for slash. That is redonkulous. Now, it can get better. It can get better. But for being a mid-game build, this is ridiculously good. Slam attack, that's pretty nice. But it's just the 75% statuses. Now, could we get better? Yes. And will we get better? Yes. There's some things I don't like about it. I'm basically kind of cheesing a lot of stat chance right now using Voldiatic Strike for an additional 60% on top of the melee prowess. Just for like example, without it, it's only a 57% status change, which is still like not the worst, but having like 30 and 30 in each like that is super duper nice. And then having like those off percents, it's really good. Yeah, the only thing I would really want is maybe something that offered like toxin and status as well. And I would probably just eat shit on quickening. But yeah, that's the new Ether Dagger build, boys. More melee Warframe builds coming at you another day. Boom. Okay.
Shouldn't that bother you if you are somebody who actually wants to protect democracy?
Yeah, it's really fun.
It doesn't matter if these are private companies, if these are private corporations.
What's the bill for the
They're
Stradivar?
supposed to be championing.
It's literally, it's just like a pretty basic like rapid fire build for like an AR. Nothing like really that crazy going on here. Yeah, you got Serration, Vital, Sense for that crit. It does have a 60% crit, which is pretty good. Eventually though, I wanna start doing red crits for a little bit. Well, let's swap over to,
and standing for democracy. And in fact, that is something that the Democratic Party claims that they are holding the torch for, is democracy. Yet what they do is they completely undermine the voters. Kamala Harris has the lowest rating ever of any vice president in the history of this country. And yet they anointed her as vice president without even an open primary. They didn't have an open primary, nor did they have an open convention that would have allowed at least the electors to vote for other people. They didn't even allow that. They just said, Kamala Harris is our person. This is a person you're going to have to vote for. And they didn't give you a choice. That is completely against democracy.
I have a choice. I can vote for whoever I want in the general election. So you're completely wrong there. The goal of the party is to put forth a candidate that is the most likely to win the election. I think that the Democratic Party choosing the person who is on the ticket that won more votes in any presidential election in all of history is probably better than trying to have an open primary and having us devolve into a crazy, shit show for a month trying to figure out who the next candidate is going to be. I think the DNC choosing Kamala Harris probably gives them the best chance to win in the general, and I'll be voting for Kamala Harris because she was part of the ticket that all the other Democrats voted for on the last election. If you're not happy with that or if you don't like that, that's fine, but it's not anti-democratic because nobody is forcing you to vote that ticket. If you want, vote for somebody else or just don't vote at all or have a protest vote or whatever, and the DNC would probably never do that again. The idea that it was anti-democratic for the DNC to pick the path that they wanted to put forth who they felt was the best candidate, which traditionally they do with the delegate process or an open primary, but this time because of extenuating circumstances, they just went with the vice president who was already on the ticket. I think to call that anti-democratic is silly. There's nothing anti-democratic about that. Nobody's forcing you to vote for Kamala in the general election.
Right,
How else are you going to vote? Who would you vote for then? Who are your options?
Right in a third party, I guess.
I could not vote. I could vote for Trump. I could vote for Jill Stein or the Libertarian candidate. You vote for whoever you want to vote for. It's the United States of America.
Pretty much, yeah.
So you don't think that the party that is saying we are the party for democracy and then completely subverting that democracy and not even listening to the will of the Democratic voters and instead just force-feeding them a candidate, you think that that is fine? That's
standing for democracy is not what you do inside of a company. Democracy is not what happens in the McDonald's manager's office. Democracy is what we do to protect the institutions of the United States of America while we're expressing our will through the structures of our government. The Democratic Party, as a private party, their goal is to put up the candidate that they think can win best. When the Democratic Party talks about protecting democracy, they're not talking about the internal primary process or how they, put delegates to different candidates. They're talking about defending democracy in the United States of America as part of the U.S. government. So their goal should be to put up the strongest candidate. There aren't a ton of people in the Democratic Party that hate Kamala Harris and are mad that they put her up. There are some extreme people, or there are some outsiders that are trying to say that it should be different, but Kamala was part of the most winning ticket in all of presidential history. If anything, I think I'd be more upset if I was a Republican and I saw that Donald Trump didn't even debate the other Republican candidates because he was so scared of now, as we've seen, being exposed as a delusional, insane old man that can't even, hold his composure on stage. Donald Trump didn't have a single debate with Haley or with DeSantis. And you're going to say that process was somehow more democratic? No, they're private parties. But the Republican Party can choose their nominee however they want as well. I don't care. It's their private parties.
They decided to actually listen to voters. That's how they did it. They decided to let people vote and decide. Nikki Haley put up a fierce campaign. So did Ron DeSantis. So did many others. And ultimately, the voters decided that they didn't care to hear a debate between Donald Trump or Ron DeSantis or Donald Trump and Nikki Haley. The voters decided, not the top-down elites sitting in a back room deciding who was going to be their best candidate. They didn't really want Donald Trump. There was a lot of internal chatter inside of the Republican Party not really wanting Donald Trump, but ultimately they did allow the voters to decide. So you're saying that in order to protect democracy, so you're saying in order to protect democracy, it is totally fine to not allow the democratic process with the people in order to protect democracy. So then what in your mind is democracy?
It's not how private parties put forth their candidate.
What's democracy?
Democracy is a very broad idea that expresses different forms of government that usually involve some form of the population voting. And in the United States,
what would they vote on?
We could vote on a presidential candidate. We could vote on legislators
so you
and
see how much
lawmakers.
damage
We
they
could
do
vote on
now.
city council people. We could do direct referendums to vote for policies. I mean,
so is it a democracy if, let's say, both parties just decide that they're going to nominate the same exact candidate and we're all going to have one choice? And they have the freedom to do that because they're both corporate private entities. So let's say they decide that they're both going to put forward their person, and that's who we get to choose, and there's nobody else on the ticket. Is it democracy just because we do get to go through the process of casting the vote for the one person that's available to us? Is that democracy?
Other people could run for president. Nobody's forcing you to vote for that candidate. You could do write-ins. You could vote for another person. You don't have to vote for who the two major parties nominate. You understand that how private companies do things it has nothing to do with democracy, right? Like the DNC could say, we're going to do a survey across the United States of America, and we're going to make the tallest person in America our candidate. That would have no impact on our democracy. I imagine a lot of people would be upset. I probably just wouldn't vote for the Democratic ticket, and I'm sure another party would arise if we believe in free market capitalism and freedom and all that. I'm sure another party would come up and they would offer a better candidate. That has no impact on our democracy. Nobody's forcing me to put this person in government. This is just the candidate they're putting up. And again, I don't think we disagree. Kamala Harris was part of the ticket that got more votes than any other presidential ticket in the entire history of the United States. So why would I want them to do an open primary with a month to go and then have the entire party descend into chaos? Would that be more democratic to allow a whole bunch of people to come in and a whole bunch of crazy stuff to happen? Would we be more unified in 1 month afterwards? No, I think the DNC made the correct choice. The majority of the Democratic voters seem to think that they made the right choice. The fact that the Republican Party is currently in free fall, I think means that most people think the Democratic Party made the right choice. So yeah, I think it was a good choice. And if you don't like it, just don't vote for him. There's no impact on our democracy.
This is the most bizarre argument. I'll let you have that one because ultimately, I think you just argued against yourself. This is not, you just described anti-democratic processes and trying to claim that it's democracy. I don't even know how to go with that.
When a supervisor tells an employee that they need to clock out because they're going to get overtime, is that anti-democratic?
Companies are not democracies.
They can be.
You have the right to leave your job.
I agree with you. I agree with what you just said. Companies are not democracies. Okay, the RNC and the DNC are private companies. That's all they are. And I agree with you. They're not democracies.
They're private companies that should not be running as private companies, especially when one of them in particular champions itself as the torch bearer for democracy.
So what, we should pass laws in Congress that make the parties part of our Constitution, or we imbue them in law somehow? Like, what does that even mean?
I think that there should be some laws that say that these political parties, if they are going to be political parties putting forth political candidates, that they do have to operate on the basis of democracy, that they should not be operating on the basis of being a private company, that even if they are private corporations, they are still participating in a certain marketplace, the marketplace of democracy, and they need to follow democratic processes in order to participate in that marketplace. Otherwise, start a different company, be a different type of corporation.
Start a different company.
If you want to do that, that's fine. Like, we would have to change the entire process. Like primaries aren't even really. Yes, absolutely. What do you think that a primary is even that democratic? How many people vote in the primaries? What, like 10 or 11 million people? What's democratic about people campaigning for Iowa and New Hampshire because they just arbitrarily happen to be the first 2 states, that are casting the votes? What's democratic about a caucus, right? A bunch of people standing around and raising their hand and doing, A's and nays. Like, come on, or I's and nays. Like, no. The idea that the primary process is some holy vanguard of democracy is silly. When historically, over 100 years ago, I don't think parties had primaries for candidates. They literally just put a candidate forward, and we were closer in time then to our founding fathers than we are now. So this idea that we're less democratic because of how the primary these are private companies. They can put forth candidates however they want. If you don't like it, don't vote for it.
So, okay. I mean, it's if you're going to participate in a democracy, this is kind of like the argument about when certain companies don't want to give services to certain groups of people. They don't like gays, for example, so they don't want to sell services to gays. What the Supreme Court decides is if you're going to have an open business to the public, you have to serve the public. That is, you can't just decide just because you're a private company that you're going to do things your way. There are certain rules to the game. There's got to be rules to the democratic game. If you're going to participate and make a corporation that's going to be participating in the marketplace of democracy, then you need to be democratic in the way that you operate. You can close your primaries to only those who are registered voters, but you should be but typically what they're supposed to be doing and what we think they're supposed to do, but of course the legalities are a little bit different, is they are supposed to have primaries in each state or caucuses, and people are allowed, if they're especially registered for those parties, to vote in those primaries. Of course, the state doesn't really have to do that. They can, I mean, the parties don't really have to do that. They can, as you mentioned, they are private companies, but just because they can get away with these types of things does not mean that we should allow it or condone it in any way or say this is fine, we're okay with it. We should never be okay with the lack of democracy.
When you say we should never be okay with it, so then for the wait, real quick, for the 150 years or whatever that this country didn't have primaries, then were we not a democracy then? We just became a democracy like a few decades ago or whatever? Like what this argument is nonsense. Primaries have nothing to do with whether or not you are a democracy. How you serve the public has nothing to do with whether or not a company is a democracy. Like this argument is disconnected at every single level. A party can put forth the candidate however they want. Yeah.
On this particular topic, I want to give Kim the last word. And then I do want to examine, someone in the chat said, hey, we really want to hear what you guys both think on Kamala and the economy particularly. Go ahead, Kim.
Okay. I don't know what democracy is then. If democracy doesn't involve grassroots people voting for what they want to vote for, getting the candidates in that they want to represent them, getting the policies in that they want to represent them, that to me is democracy. And I think that's the definition to most people. So to say that, well, it doesn't really matter, the democracy is you have the right to vote. You can just vote for, you could write somebody in who you know will never ever win, and they've just anointed a person, is completely antithetical to democracy.
I want to jump into this. Kamala, would Harris be a benefit for the economy? Would this be, maybe the economy would just be sustained, in other words, maintained at where it is, or would it become worse? What do you guys think?
I think that it's hard to predict what a Trump economy would look like because Trump has given basically no policy positions whatsoever. Even though Kamala is a bit to the left of me, I trust her on the economy more because I think that Democrats tend to hold their own accountable. I think that Democrats tend to put a little bit more restraint if the candidate suggests something crazy, but Republicans are completely unable to hold Trump accountable because the entire party is obsessed with Donald Trump.
Have a good night.
So if Donald Trump says something insane, like he wants to put 10 or 20% tariffs on every import in the world, the entire Republican Party is absolutely silent on it.
We got a radiant relic out of that. Nice.
Because, so Donald Trump is going to try to bully them out of office and turn them into a rhino and destroy their career. So I definitely trust the Democrats more on economic policy right now because Donald Trump is insane. I don't even know if he knows what a tariff is, and I haven't heard anything very compelling from Donald Trump when it comes to economic policy.
I think we just look at where we are right now as an economy. We're just definitely worse off. We have much higher inflation. Under Biden, it has reached a peak of 9%. Under Donald Trump, I believe that the average inflation was about 1.8. So it's a lot lower. We look at unemployment and jobs. We can't, the COVID pandemic, we can't really count that in. It's unfair to say how many jobs were lost during the pandemic and then how many jobs were regained. But now we've leveled out. We can look at where we're at today in 2024 or even in 2023 comparatively to under Donald Trump in 2018 and 2019. And I think there's no doubt that we are worse off economically. by all measurements today than we were in 2018 or 2019.
Yeah, there's this unfortunate reality that every time a Democrat comes in office, we basically have to clean up the insane disaster left to us by the last Republican president. When it was Obama, it was having to clean up the disaster of the 2008 financial crisis. And when it was Biden, it was trying to clean up the disastrous response that Trump had to COVID. So is the economy worse off now than it was in like 2018? I mean, it depends on which indicators or which metrics you're looking at. There are definitely some things that are harder. Inflation was definitely an issue relating to COVID. But one thing that I noticed was curiously absent from Kim's answer here was, what is Trump going to do about it? There were no policy positions given. There were just statements made about the state of the economy. Donald Trump did massive deficit spending that, of course, would contribute to the inflation that we felt a few years later. Donald Trump slashed taxes. He cut government revenue, and he didn't actually decrease any of the government spending. He ran the highest budget deficits for no reason of any president in all of history. At least Biden can say, well, I was dealing with COVID. I had to do something. Trump just ran massive deficits because he wanted to, because it was the popular thing to do. When the Fed talked about raising rates, he tried to bully them on Twitter. So yeah, of course, anything with a government that's willing to just spend like crazy and reduce the amount of money they take in, of course the economy is going to be booming. But I mean, yeah, if you print a ton of money and you just give it to people for no reason, of course the economy is going to be booming. What are the policies that Donald Trump is suggesting now that would help Americans going forward? And what do we think about this tariff idea? He keeps saying 10% tariffs, 20% tariffs on everything. How is that just not going to boost inflation even more?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of the tariff idea. I don't agree with Donald Trump on that. But going back to Harris and Harris's policies and whether or not she has anything that's going to be boosting the economy. I mean, to say that the Democrats are here now cleaning up Republicans' mess, it's an odd way to clean it up. With record inflation, and we've got a record now gig economy, so people are not able to get full-time jobs with benefits. They're instead having to hustle, having 2-3 jobs. This is an odd way to clean up the mess. So if this is their idea of cleaning it up, I think most Americans agree that they would like to see some change. So, maybe Trump, it's unclear exactly what maybe he would do to now clean up Democrats' mess. But I think that just the option for change and potentially the ability to lower inflation, to better the economy, to better our lives, people, I think, are willing to take that risk if the alternative is more of the same.
Yeah, so all I heard was there was one Trump policy I've heard of called tariffs, and I don't like that, and I don't know what else he would do, but hopefully it would be better. What I'm saying is that what exactly did Biden and Harris do that Biden and Harris
up the Republicans' mess?
I mean, they managed COVID decently well. There was inflation, but there was less inflation in the United States compared to, the OECD, compared to the G7, compared to like every other Western country in the world. We're doing better than basically everybody else right now. Yeah, there was inflation. There was inflation worldwide. COVID was a huge, worldwide stimulus given to every single country on the planet. So of course, there's definitely going to be inflation felt. And Donald Trump didn't do anything to help inflation. Why would I think Donald Trump could help inflation when he had a booming economy and he didn't manage to cut the deficit? Donald Trump couldn't manage the budget when the economy was exploding. Why would I think he could manage the budget when the economy is having trouble? And now you've got the Fed actually announcing that they're going to be cutting rates because inflation has come under control. So it seems like the administration is heading in the right direction. Why would I trust Donald Trump, whose only economic policy he's put forth would increase inflation, which are tariffs? Why would I trust him to do anything good? Can you articulate like a single policy that you think Trump would do that would be good for the average American, that would actually help the economy?
Well, I could tell you what he wouldn't have done that Democrats did do that actually crushed our economy, that actually crushed the economies around the world during COVID in particular, and that was government shutdowns. That was Democrats with their Democratic governors, and they were taking directives from top down, closing the economy. Of course, when you close the economy, you're going to end up with a lot of ramifications that are going to be very damaging to an economy. And that is not something that any Republican or Donald Trump advocated for. So I can tell you that, yes, the world economy, everything was very bad. Under Biden, things have been bad.
You can't even look the camera
I don't know
in the
exactly
face.
what you think they did to clean up COVID or to help during that crisis, when actually all of the decisions, in particular lockdowns, have led to massive disaster.
Who do you think was the president during the majority of the lockdowns?
Who do you think actually directed the lockdowns?
Okay, the answer was Donald Trump. The answer was Donald Trump. So Donald Trump was the president during the majority of lockdowns, number one. Number two, when you say, what did the Democrats do? I mean, we could look at a ton of different things. They had the child tax credit, something that Kamala Harris wants to bring back. The child tax credit slashed childhood poverty by 50%, 54%.
That was insane.
It was a huge boost to
Why did
working
she
families.
say that?
What else did they do? Biden passed legislation to make meaningful change and meaningful investments in our ability to manufacture microprocessors with the CHIPS Act, the ability to reinvest in our infrastructure, infrastructure, with the infrastructure bill, a bill that Donald Trump wanted to get passed, but he couldn't the 4 years that was here. He actually managed to pass a bill that tried to offset the spending of the bill with new tax receipts, with the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act. I mean, what didn't they do? I mean, the Democrats tried their best, and I think we've seen the results of that. The United States is crushing the rest of the world due to actual legislation that I can articulate and actual policies that I can articulate. Donald Trump just rode off of an economy that was already booming under the last few years of Obama. We've been posting all-time highs in the S&P 500 and the Dow Jones for since I think 2013, and all Trump did was came in and he spent more, and then bullied the Fed when they talked about raising rates because they were getting worried about inflation. And then here we are again. You can't articulate a single policy or a single thing that Donald Trump would do. You're mad at shutdowns that happened under Donald Trump.
I'm not arguing for Donald Trump. We're arguing against Kamala Harris, very specifically. I am not for Donald Trump. I'm not voting for Donald Trump. Let me just make that extremely clear. So I am not arguing on behalf of Donald Trump. I'm arguing against Kamala Harris. What we know is that Democrats have done a very piss poor job of actually managing the economy. We are worse off today by every single measurement.
But we're better than every other country. We came out of COVID.
Except China.
We came out of COVID better off than every other first world country.
How are we better off? We have now given away boatloads of cash to Ukraine, to Israel. We're giving away our money.
That's a drop in the bucket compared to our budget yearly. Okay, number one. Number two, how are we better off? We're crushing them on our job market and our economy. We're crushing them when it comes to inflation. The USD is probably too strong right now for our exports market. What do you mean, how are we? We're crushing them in every way. You graduate with a computer science degree in the United Kingdom, and the first thing you're trying to do is find a job in the United States. You're trying to work for Amazon. You don't want to get paid 39,000 quid a year working as a programmer in the United Kingdom. What do you mean, how are we doing compared to the rest of the world? How are we beating them? We're beating them in like every single conceivable way, except for domestically, we're falling apart because of conservatives' refusal to accept reality. I think this conversation is a good example of that. The Harris policies, if they continue what Biden was doing, I think they put us on a good track. And it'd be cool to see what Democrats can do when they're not just trying to recover from the disasters left to us by the last Republican administration.
So you're arguing that you really believe that the average American is better off today than they were under Donald Trump?
I don't know if they're better off today than they were under Donald Trump.
Definitely,
but
though.
That's because we had COVID. The question isn't whether or not we're better off today than we were 4 years ago, because we can't go back in time. Time only moves in one direction. The question is would we have been better off with 4 more years of Trump? Probably not. I don't think so. There's zero indication that that's the case. And then the question would be, in the next 4 years, are we going to be better off with Trump or with Harris? And I see no reason. Donald Trump couldn't pass any big bills or any legislation, even stuff he said he wanted to get done. He couldn't even repeal the ACA so he can control any of his spending. All he did was spend. Donald Trump's just... And the only major policy platform he's talking about are tariffs on everything. So why would I think Donald Trump would be good? The stock market is posting all-time highs, or unemployment is still low. The Fed wants to cut rates. Every economic indicator is looking positive. I don't even know what to say. What could Donald Trump possibly do? What's wrong with what Harris wants to do?
What's wrong with what Harris wants to do is just continue where we're at right now, which a lot of Americans don't want to be in, which is high inflation.
Inflation has come down. The Fed wants to cut rates. Why would the Fed be talking about cutting rates if inflation was still too high?
Yeah, it's a good question why they want to cut rates just weeks before an election. It's really a good question why they would suddenly want to do that, a record cut to the rates.
The implication that the Federal Reserve is beholden to the Democratic Party? It's an independent operation of banks. What do you mean? I mean, we can do conspiracies if we want.
Well, they're definitely beholden to the establishment. They're part of the establishment. And Harris is certainly the establishment candidate compared to Donald Trump. So I think they would have a reason for wanting to maintain an establishment candidate in the White House. But when it comes to Kamala Harris...
Well, hold on. To be clear, what you are just blindly and conspiratorially suggesting, that's what Donald Trump actually tried to do, right? Your implication is that somehow the Fed is making political decisions. You know that Donald Trump was trying to force them to make political decisions, right? That when Donald Trump took to Twitter and took to the bully pulpit as the president, he was attacking the Fed for talking about raising rates. He was attacking the Fed for that. That's what Donald Trump tried to do. What you're asserting with zero evidence that Biden and Kamala... What, do you not believe the inflation rates that are being posted? Do you think that's all a lie? So the Federal Reserve is just acting on nothing and nobody in our economy can see that? Or...
Well, don't you think that it's interesting then, if you really believe, and maybe you're right, that the Fed completely operates completely independently from any political influence whatsoever, the fact that they feel like they need to do a rate cut this big, what does that tell you?
What do you mean a rate cut this big?
Things are not, this is a very large rate cut.
No, it's not.
This is a large rate cut. They don't do just half a point out of nowhere. They usually do a quarter of a point, not a half a point. That's actually quite a large rate cut.
No.
For them to be doing that right now shows that they believe the economy is in dire straits under Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, that they have to take drastic measures in order to correct it.
No. Hold on, I'm so sorry.
Why are they doing it?
Wait.
What do you think?
What are the two things that the Federal Reserve try to manage?
Why don't you tell me?
Okay, so you don't know. Okay, the Federal Reserve tries to balance unemployment and they try to balance inflation. Okay, these are the two indicators that the Federal Reserve looks at to determine how they should set rates. If inflation is getting really, really, really low, then the Federal Reserve is going to cut rates because we should have some amount of inflation to keep the economy healthy and moving. That's how the Federal Reserve makes decisions. And then it also looks at unemployment. If unemployment is getting, too high, then they might cut rates as well. It just depends. Like these are the two things. But balancing out unemployment and inflation are the two. That's the mission statement of the Federal Reserve. How could you accuse, the Federal Reserve of acting in a politically partisan way if you don't even know what the mission of the Federal Reserve is? You're just saying random things.
I'm dropping that accusation. I'm asking you, why did they do the rate cut?
Because they feel like inflation has come down significantly.
So they want to boost it back up?
Yes.
You think that's exactly why they did? So they did a rate cut because they want inflation.
What do you think the goal inflation percentage is? You have no idea. You realize you have no idea. You're laughing because you think inflation should be at 0%. Ideal inflation is 2%. What do you think unemployment should be? 0%? Yes, correct. 2% is the target. That's correct. And if they feel like we're undershooting that target, then they try to preemptively cut rates or raise rates because it takes a little bit for the Federal Reserve policy, for the federal funds rate, to actually impact what the trading of all the securities and everything is later on. So yes, that's why they're doing it. We can all look at the inflation rate. We can all look at the unemployment. These numbers are all posted publicly and everybody looks at them. So, I mean...
So the economy's so great. So you're just saying the economy's great, you want to keep it going the way that it is.
I didn't say the economy. They don't look at the economy. They look at inflation and they look at unemployment.
Which are indicators of the economy and how healthy the economy is.
They could be. They might not be. It just depends. They are two indicators, but the goal of the Federal Reserve is not to make the economy good or make the economy bad. The two indicators that they look at are inflation and unemployment. Those are the two things that they're,
But you're arguing that you think that the economy under Kamala Harris and Joe Biden right now is great and that we should just continue on and that Americans are going to be fine.
I'll give you a chance to respond, Stephen, but then I do want to jump into a new topic because we're going to go into Q&A about 15 minutes or so.
Sure. Yes, I think obviously I've articulated policy. I've articulated economic positions. I've articulated how the economy has rebounded under COVID. I've articulated that the United States is ahead of the rest of the OECD. Every indicator points to the fact that this administration did a phenomenal job coming out of COVID for sure. And the major complaint that you had, the two major complaints I would guess would be like massive deficit spending, and then the one that you articulated, which was lockdowns, all happened under Donald Trump. So yeah, I do think that the Harris administration be superior to whatever the Republicans put up.
I want to give Stephen the last word this time, and then I want to go into the next topic, which is Kamala on the border. Who would be better for the border, Kamala or an alternative? What do you guys think?
Do you want to go first again, or?
You're arguing for Harris, right?
Yeah, Kamala would be better on the border because we've already seen Biden and the Democrats try to put up a border bill that would address a lot of the border problems. This bill was a Republican-authored bill. It was by Lankford in the Senate. They tried to put it up, and Donald Trump wanted the Republicans to vote it down because he wanted to keep the border open in order to run an election issue. So the idea that the Republicans would try to destroy the border for politically advantageous reasons is the only thing that I need to know to say that I would never trust these guys with any type of security issue, because clearly them winning political battles is more important than them actually securing the border, which we might see coming up soon with the budget. But yeah.
They've had 4 years. So even if there is some interference that happens closer to an election, they've had 4 years to do something about the border. But instead, their policies have led to a massive wave of people coming through the border, and they have laughed it off. They have shrugged off border issues since Donald Trump was elected in 2016. They claimed it was a conspiracy theory. They chose to do nothing about it. And now it has gotten so bad that they've realized that their own rhetoric, their own policies have led to a severe crisis that even they can no longer ignore. And they're now having to finally do something about it. But part of the reason why we have this border crisis is because Democrats over the last 8 years refused to do anything about it until now. It's just so big of an issue that even Democratic governors and mayors are screaming, please help, this has gone wrong and we really have to do something about it. They let the problem get so bad because they were trying to score political points all of these years that we're now where we're at to where they have to actually do something about it. So I think just on the merits, Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, but Harris specifically going forward as president, the fact that she ignored these these issues for so long, claiming that it was just some sort of a Trump talking point or a MAGA talking point to let it get to this bad just goes to show that this is not a serious person who's really truly looking to solve America's problems. This is somebody who's actually looking to score political points, the very thing that you're actually accusing them, the Republicans, of doing.
Yeah, I mean, we had 4 years of Donald Trump. Where is our immigration bill? Where's our border bill? Where's the wall? Trump did nothing. He had both houses of Congress, and Trump did absolutely nothing about the border. It's funny because Trump says, I ran on immigration because we had problems with the wall. That's not true. Even on Trump's own little stupid chart that he posts, Obama was posting better immigration numbers than he was. So Obama was doing better than Trump on immigration. Trump wants to say it's not fair to count the last year or two, of my administration because COVID messed everything up, but he sure does want to take credit for the lowered immigration numbers under COVID. And then you saw them start to spike back up, even though he allowed on his chart for when, he was actually out of office. They were spiking up almost to all-time highs right before he left office. So clearly Donald Trump wasn't capable of managing anything at the border. And when Democrats did want to pass something to manage the issue at the border, the Republicans blocked it. It was a good bill. It would have helped a lot with the asylum process. It would have provided more funding for border agents. It would have provided more funding for asylum
I just need
judges
one more
to
Orvis
process people
blade.
that were here for asylum claims. Like everything about that bill was good, and the Republicans blocked it.
I have a
So,
new glaive.
Yeah, again, it's like a policy thing. Like, what is Donald Trump going to do about the border? And why would I think that Donald Trump could do whatever he says he's going to do when he can't articulate any plans whatsoever, and he couldn't do it in the 4 years that he was president? Where is my immigration bill? Where's my border bill? Where's my wall from my 4 years of Donald Trump?
Well, Democrats blocked all of that. Because they weren't taking
the
it
Republicans had
seriously.
the House and the Senate. You can't use that
They
excuse.
didn't have enough of a majority. They didn't have enough of a majority, and they need more. They needed some bipartisan support. Democrats, instead of even taking this situation seriously, laughed at it, scoffed at it, mocked it, claimed it was some sort of political talking point when it was an actual real problem. And now it's gotten so bad that Democrats now want to finally do something about it, something that Republicans have been wanting to do for the last 8 years. And Democrats want to pass a bill and then take credit for it. I don't blame the Republicans for wanting to block that, to score political points at this juncture when they know that this is something Democrats have been blocking for the last 8 years. Now finally Democrats are on board. Now finally Democrats see that there's an actual real problem, but they only want to do that now that Democratic governors and mayors have been screaming saying, we can't handle this. There's a massive influx, and you guys have been ignoring it and treating it like it's some sort of a racist policy to secure the southern border. So,
Wait a minute.
The reason why Donald Trump was unable to get anything through was because Democrats continue to use it
Oh, no.
as a talking point.
Hit her
as
with
a
it.
campaign
Hit her with
point,
it.
making it about racism.
Trap
rather
card
than a real
activated.
problem, and here we are today. I don't trust Democrats to fix something
no.
when they have been the ones blocking it for the last 8 years.
Okay, well, I mean, you just gave me every reason in the world never to vote for Trump on this issue because you just admitted that Donald Trump can't do it without a supermajority, I guess, in the House and the Senate, which he will never have. So I automatically know that no matter what, Donald Trump will never be able to get anything passed. And so then I have to look at Harris and I have to look at Biden. And when Biden and Harris were supporting this bill, they actually did have support in the House and the Senate. The only reason that it wasn't passed is because Donald Trump, the cancer rotting our country, came in from the outside and said, don't pass this bill. I need to be able to talk about Haitians eating dogs and whatever other nonsense I want to make up in order to actually be able to win the next election. So it seems like there was a bill under the Democrats that was ready to pass with support from the legislature. It just didn't because of Donald Trump. And under Donald Trump, there were no bills because Donald Trump can't make deals with anybody. And the fact that he needs a supermajority in both houses of Congress to pass anything is a bigger indictment against his leadership than probably anything I could have said on my own.
Well, I think that you just made the argument, the same exact argument, but against the Democrats, because if Democrats, if a few Democrats, a handful of Democrats, the need for a supermajority is what blocked Republicans, how pathetic is it that one man was able to stop Democrats?
Oh, no.
This might be an opportunity to go.
Yeah, sure. It wasn't one. It was one man telling all the lawmakers not to vote for the. Yeah, it is an issue.
Got a lot of power there. I guess he's sitting there wielding his power against the Democrats that can't get anything done because of Donald Trump.
True. Cults are very powerful. Their leaders, they wield a lot of power. That is how dictators work. Yes.
This might be a good opportunity. One last topic, Harris on crime. What are your thoughts?
For crime stuff, it's kind of hard on the federal level because I feel like crime is a thing that's typically dealt with at the city and state level. I really don't know how much influence anybody can have on the federal level when it comes to enforcing things relating to crime. I do know that, if I can look at like direct actions that people take, like the mobilization of things like the National Guard, I know that Donald Trump was in charge of the National Guard on January 6th, and he decided not to deploy them for political reasons. So I don't know why I would trust that guy who will allow some crime to happen as long as it's advantageous to him. I don't know how I'd ever trust that guy in managing anything related to crime. I also don't think I trust Trump on anything that he says for crime, because I know that, for instance, when Walz was dealing with BLM stuff in his state, Donald Trump had a lot of nice things to say about him. But as soon as he was running for president again and Walz was made the VP pick, all of a sudden Donald Trump hated everything that he did. So I don't know if I could trust anything on Trump when it comes to crime. And again, I would challenge, I'd love to hear a single position articulated that Donald Trump has talked about that would help anything related to crime in the United States. But again, I don't know what the president, the federal president can do in regards to crime.
I think that when we look back at just even Kamala Harris's record on crime as a prosecutor, she has a mixed record. Democrats in general have been very lax on crime. They have advocated for lax criminal policies. There was a lot of defund the police chatter. There was a lot of, bail out the people that committed crime during the Black Lives Matter protests and funds that were created. Democratic policies across various different states have allowed for criminal activity. I live in the state of California. They allow now a certain amount of criminal activity to go completely overlooked. I think I agree that I'm not sure what the president can really do. I mean, the president doesn't really even have much on, like, when it comes to tax policies, for example, that has to be done through Congress, or even the border policies have to be passed by Congress. There's very little a president themselves can actually do without an act of Congress. But when it comes to crime, these are more about, I think, the policies of the platform of the party. And Democrats as a party have run on, we want to allow more criminal activity, essentially, or certain things are not really crimes when they really are. So I think the entire messaging of the Democratic Party, which is, of course, led by now Kamala Harris, is one that is not tough enough on crime. When, interestingly, Kamala Harris, though, has a very mixed record. When she was a prosecutor, she was known for being quite tough on crime.
Yeah, I don't know if I would trust a guy who's a 34 convicted felon, 34 felony convicted felon who the biggest engagement that he has with law enforcement is, or crime-related stuff, I guess, is giving pardons to literally every single friend that he has who has been convicted on crimes. Some people that are very, very hard to excuse his pardons for. So yeah, I wouldn't trust Trump on anything related to crime.
I think people are more concerned about actual violent crime and theft rather than white-collar crime. So even if...
Really, what was Occupy Wall Street about?
That was something people were obviously very concerned about at the time. But now we're in a different era. You're talking about another decade or 15 years. And here we are with violent crime rampant in the streets. We've got people being able to steal theft up to $900 at a local Walgreens is legalized. So there's a lot of crime happening that are really, truly affecting people. They're afraid, and the defund the police movement was very much part of the reason why police forces are not stacked enough with enough staff to handle this rise in violent crime. Why is there violent crime, by the way? Because of inflation. When the economy sucks, crime goes up.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not even sure if, I think like violent crime, I think is lower now, I think, than it was even at the lowest. I'm pretty sure it is.
No.
I know that for...
They lied on the statistics. It's not lower.
Oh, well, if they lied on the statistics, my bad.
Well, if you're only going to collect stats from some states, from a handful of states, rather than all of them, then you can claim that they're lower. Or if you actually change the definition of crime and you say that stealing up to $900 is not criminal, or if people are not reporting...
When you say stealing up to $900 is not criminal, are you talking about stealing up to $900 doesn't count as a felony, or that it was just a misdemeanor, or that, like, are you saying that you can just steal? I'm pretty sure what you're talking about is people classifying different amounts of theft, the difference between it being a felony and a misdemeanor. I don't think that it being not a crime at all is real. I think you just made that up.
You can look it up. Here in California, you can steal up to a certain amount, and you're not going to even... if you call the cops, they're not going to show up. So it doesn't matter what
These
you've
are
done.
two different things, right? Like calling the cops and them not showing up or not having enough people to,
Why aren't there enough cops?
I don't know why there aren't enough workers for anything right now. What do you mean? Unemployment is incredibly low. We're looking for workers in literally every single field. We also don't have enough nurses or doctors.
You don't think the defund the police had something to do with that?
No, because in most of the states where they tried defund the police, it was a fucking disaster, and they ended up rolling back basically all of those policies.
Yeah, well, they can't get those cops back. They already left, so now trying to rehire them back has led to a decrease in the police forces. They're not going after a lot of crimes. You call the police, you're going to be waiting on hold for a couple of hours unless it's an active, violent crime that's happening to you right then and there. it is a disaster at this point. So
this is how the police have always worked. Yes, unfortunately, it sucks. But I remember when I had shit stolen from me when I was in fucking high school. Yeah, if you call the cops, unless you're actually getting murdered right now, the cops will tell you like, hey, listen, come down to the station, we'll file a report, or we can take some notes on the phone, and that's it. You're never gonna hear again. If some shit gets stolen from you, you're lucky if your car gets reported to you. Maybe if it shows up at the right tow yard and they run the VIN and they give you a call or whatever. But yeah, cops don't have time to investigate every single petty crime that ever happens. Usually the priority is going to be responding to violent crime. But that's always. I mean, would it be nice to increase funding to police? Yeah, for sure. But I mean, cities only have so much money. There are different motives that are pushing people in different ways. But the idea that, we just want to make it legal to steal stuff. What would even be the incentive for that? Like, we're going to make it legal so people can steal things so that we can piss all of our citizens off and lose our elections and did California even do defund the police? Like, was that even a huge thing? Was funding for police in California ever even a thing? Like the reduction of funding for police in California, did that ever even happen?
Yeah.
I want to give you a chance to respond, Kim, and then we have one last topic before the Q&A.
I mean, once again, the messaging of Democrats. So it's the messaging of Democrats has been look the other way, defund the police. Violent crime is not a real thing. Claiming that violent crime isn't up, when in fact they're changing the definitions and manipulating the statistics in order to have it favor themselves, just like they do when they say
changing the
racism's up, claims of racism are up because they change the definition of what is racism in order to collect more people as, these statistics and lies, right? Whatever the phrase is, but they've definitely been able to manipulate them. Crime is up, and they're not doing anything about it. Democrats have actively campaigned against doing anything about it with defund the police.
So most of the stats that I see for violent crime show that violent crime is down now, even compared to where it was under the Trump administration, but I guess we're changing some definitions. I do think it's interesting looking at a Pew Research poll that shows that Republicans are far more concerned with crime than Democrats are, which is interesting to me because I would imagine most of the big cities where the crime is occurring are where Democrats live. So I don't know if it's just Republicans that are, sitting in suburbia watching TV that think that violent crime is a huge issue
but
that
it
they're
is
not experiencing.
It is. It's just Facebook moms, bro. It's just Facebook
2024,
moms.
68% of Republicans think that crime should be a top priority, as opposed to 47% of Democrats that are probably more likely to live in cities or big crime areas. So kind of makes me think that it's just a talking point coming from the radio that people aren't actually engaging in reality with, at least for the Republican side here. But again, that was my central concern at the very beginning.
This might be a good opportunity to jump into the Q&A. One question coming in from Otto is from Ukraine. Say, don't you guys think it is impressive that you guys started realizing the scale of Russian influence only now? You are 15 years too late. This might be also an issue in terms of Kamala on foreign policy, but I'll give you each a chance to respond to this.
Yeah, Russian intrusion is obviously a huge problem in our country. It has been for 10 years. But again, conservatives are literally brain broken on this topic, and they cannot engage with it whatsoever. And they would rather screech and scream about the hook-nosed guy running AIPAC than they would about actual people in other countries that are trying to destroy the United States and our ability to have any kind of discourse here. You've seen it with bots that are spread like crazy across Twitter. You've seen it recently with the indictments that came out over Tenet Media. You saw it with the Mueller indictments for the Internet Research Agency and all of the other social media accounts that he exposed. We've seen it over and over and over and over again. But again, as soon as you bring up Russia, people's minds on the conservative side immediately, break in half.
Yeah, we spent about $32 million on that Mueller investigation that didn't actually result in any sort of Russian interference or meddling in our elections. They instead uncovered people that maybe weren't exactly honest to Congress. So there was some obstruction of justice or lying under oath that they ended up getting people for. But we really haven't actually gone and found this massive Russian interference in our elections.
Are you? Hold on. Wait. Do you think that any indictments came from the Mueller investigation?
Like I said, the indictments that came, were any of them because of Russian meddling?
Yes.
That there was actual direct Russian.
Yes.
Who was indicted for Russian meddling?
There were 12 indictments made for Russian nationals that ran a company in the United States called the Internet Research Agency that came from the Mueller investigations.
And the Mueller investigation concluded that they didn't really have much of an influence.
No,
Nothing
that's
in the
not
Mueller
true. That's not true at all.
There was any real true influence in our elections.
Okay, that's great if we just make stuff up. But hold on, to be clear, wait.
So we don't get
how much money did we waste on the Hillary email investigation? How much money did we waste on the Benghazi thing? How many millions of dollars did we just waste on the House's effort to impeach Biden, and they didn't even do an impeachment vote at the end? Like, it's not even close.
This one from Richie Constitution says, Destiny, why do you always talk about Trump? I thought this debate was about Harris.
Because it's a two-person election. You're voting for the Democrats or the Republicans. So
It's
you have to
not a
consider both sides.
two-person election. I want to make that very clear. I am not voting for either Harris or Trump. There are other people running.
What other conservative candidate would you support? They don't have to
I'm
be.
not a conservative, Destiny. I'm voting
No.
for Jill Stein.
You're voting for. Okay, I think that if you support Donald Trump, yes, I think you should vote for Jill Stein. That is an option. True.
Antonio Inguez, thanks for your question, said, Kim, do you believe the 2020 election warrants terminating the Constitution? If so, please explain how that is not a threat to democracy. If not, why support the candidate who said that?
Well, for one, again, I don't support the candidate who said that. I'm not sure if the candidate actually said that or if that's an exaggeration of a position. Of course, I do not believe that the Constitution needs to be terminated, should be terminated. There are disputes that happen every single day at the Supreme Court. The Constitution is debated and it is refined to this day through court rulings. So, take it to the courts. And that's what Donald Trump did. And that's fine with me. Anybody could take it to the courts.
Sommer, thanks for your question, said, how would you grade each major candidate on their foreign policy, strong or weak points of each? I suppose we'll just cover Harris. If that's so, I suppose if you want to cover Stein, that works. But we'll at least cover Harris.
You want me to go? Is this a question for me?
This is for both of you. So if you'd like to go first, you're more than welcome to.
Well, Jill Stein has excellent foreign policy. I think she's right on practically all of the foreign policy points that we have. Jill Stein, that is one of the reasons why I support Jill Stein, is I think that she is the most consistent, truly somebody that is looking at each of the different conflicts and saying, this is not America's problem. This is not something that we should be involved in. Kamala Harris has very much a Hillary Clinton foreign policy. She actually deviates even from Barack Obama, who had more of an anti-interventionist. In fact, if you really wanted to compare it, Donald Trump has a slightly more Barack Obama foreign policy than Kamala Harris does. Harris takes a stronger stance, and she's more in line with Hillary Clinton. So if you like what Hillary Clinton has done, if you think that she did an excellent job with foreign policy, then Kamala Harris, I suppose you would think that she's got excellent policy points.
Real quick, what is a Jill Stein foreign policy point?
Ending the genocide in Gaza.
How?
By stopping support of Israel. Israel is reliant on our support in order to continue doing what they're doing.
Okay, so Israel's not relying on our support to continue doing what they're doing. They can absolutely fund themselves. I think that one of the biggest red herrings for basically somebody who is a paid foreign asset or somebody who just knows nothing about foreign policy is usually when they talk about peace a lot in their foreign policy plan. Peace is a meaningless word. Nobody wants peace. People want justice. It's very easy if somebody's invading your village and wants to take over your entire country or take over your entire city to say, oh, well, let's just be peaceful and lay down our arms and let them take over everything and steal our economy and lead our country and dictate to us what we ought to do. Nobody wants peace. People want justice. They want to feel like something is happening that is satisfying the desires that they have as a nation, as a country, as they are entitled to in the world. So when Jill Stein says things like, I want to defund our military by like 75%, when she's saying things like, I want to delete over 700 U.S. foreign military bases, when she's saying things like, I want to end all of our involvement in every single conflict ever, what she's actually saying is, I want to create more room on the planet to make the world multipolar. I want Russia to be deciding how Russia-Ukraine ends. I don't want the United States to have any involvement there. I want China to be signing deals between Saudi Arabia and Iran. I don't want the United States to be involved there. I want all of our foreign adversaries to be the ones that are dictating policy to the rest of the world. Because remember, just because the United States steps back from a leadership position doesn't mean nobody else is going to take their place, which is exactly what everybody that says peace, peace, peace like Jill Stein wants to happen. They want other countries to be those leaders and not the United States, for whatever reason.
Any pithy rejoinders, Tim, and then we'll go to the next question.
Why should the United States be controlling the entire world? We don't even have the majority of the population. So when we go to talk about democracy, why should this nation that has 330 million be controlling a planet of 8 billion people, first of all? Secondly, we shouldn't have anything to do with these conflicts. They're not our conflicts. These are not our fights. If Israel can continue to fund itself, great. Why does my money need to go to their fight then, if that's the case? Then you should be advocating to stop sending support to Israel if they could take care of themselves. Why are we wasting my dollars?
Because I think the United States is probably the most moral country right now to head the world hegemony. I think that Europe has seen an unprecedented era of peace under United States leadership. What would be a country that would be better than the United States to take point on that? Is it going to be Russia, who wants to invade in all of their neighboring countries? countries? Is it going to be China, who is abusing the entire continent of Africa and doesn't even give their own population the ability to vote in free and fair elections? What other country besides the United States would be best at the helm of the world?
Speaking of Russia, this might be a good opportunity.
Go ahead.
Rayval says, question for both debaters, is Putin a dictator? And will you denounce Russia's involvement with tenant media?
Is Putin a dictator? Yeah, obviously, of course.
Oh, yeah, this is where I came in. What even is a dictator?
I mean, what's a dictator?
A dictator is somebody that rules
What is a
without
dictator?
having themselves able to be questioned by their population with free and fair elections. Oftentimes, it's through a singular party. Oftentimes, it's through a top-down authoritarian control, meaning they don't just control the state and the government like Putin does. They also control large swaths of the economy and the population through oligarchies, which he does. And they also tend to control the distribution of media through organizations like RT, which he does. That would be a dictator.
Well, then you just described the Democratic Party. I mean,
which major media organizations the Democratic Party dictate policy to?
CNN, MSNBC, all of the liberal mainstream media outlets that are taking direct talking points, speaking in unison. We see this all the time when they all come out saying the same exact thing, tweeting it all out, all in unison, like they got talking points from the DNC.
If that's possible, then why did all of the media attack Biden and force him to step down? If Biden is a dictator...
that's what they... Biden's not the dictator.
Who's the dictator?
The people behind.
The people are the dictator? That's called a democracy.
Oh, the DNC.
The people?
It's not a democracy. Whoever chose Kamala Harris, because it certainly wasn't the people.
The voter, well, we actually did when we voted for that ticket last time. You know, if Biden died, you know that Harris would have also just stepped up to be the leader on the ticket. If Biden died, would that have been anti-democratic?
Should George Bush continue to be president because people voted for him once? So if they vote for him once, it's okay to just keep putting the person in over and over and over again? I mean, that logic fails. You have to vote every single time. That's why we have democracy.
We vote in the elections, in the general elections. Yes, we do. We vote in the general elections. And typically, yeah, your incumbent does run again over and over again, which is what George Bush did. Yeah, that's what happened. It's correct.
Of the general
election. Wait. Do we not feel like Putin? Wait, so is Putin not a dictator?
I don't know if he's a dictator. I'm not Russian. I don't really care. It's not my country. It's not my country. I don't deal with it.
Wait, do we not care then? Because the United States has to oppose,
no, we don't have to oppose. We don't have to get involved with other countries and other elections. The Russian people are strong people. They're not children. If they want to make change, they will. I don't need them to come and make change for me in my country, and I don't need to go over there and make change for them in theirs.
What if they want to go and make changes in other countries? You don't think the United States or anybody else has an obligation to help?
Do you think that the United States doesn't meddle in other countries' elections or stage coups?
I have no idea what that question was about. I'm asking if Russia wants to invade its neighbors, do you not think other countries have an obligation to help?
No, we don't have an obligation to help. If a country can't defend its own borders, then we can help. It's not an obligation.
Oh, do you think that in Do you think that in World War II, do you think the United States should have stepped up to fight against Germany?
I think that the United States.
That's such an easy yes or no question. Should we have stepped up to fight against? It's such an easy yes or no question. Should the United States have stepped up to fight against Germany?
It's not an easy yes or no question. The United States decided it was in the United States' interest after the bombing of Pearl Harbor to go into that war. Prior to that point, the United States did not.
They're giving me. I'm asking you, should the United States?
Had there not been the bombing of Pearl Harbor, I don't know.
So we don't even know if we should have opposed the Nazis. Okay, so let's say that you see somebody who's taking over.
I'm not saying that you don't have to oppose the Nazis. I'm just not saying we need to go to war with every single person that we oppose.
I never said go to war with every single person we oppose. I just asked if we should have fought in World War II against the Nazis. They didn't bomb us. Japan did, right? Maybe we should have just gone to war with Japan.
Well, I mean, we largely did, but then we went into Europe. We were begged by England to go in, and we went in. I'm not saying, look,
we were helping the Soviets beforehand, right? The only reason the Soviets could fight is because of Lend-Lease. It's because of our funding of the Soviets to give them enough raw materials. I think it's a really important point. I think it's kind of crazy that we can't say that Putin is a dictator, or that we can't say that any country on the planet should have an obligation to help other countries.
I don't think there's an obligation. You can go in if you feel like you need to go in. If I was alive during World War II, I probably would have said, yes, we need to go in. But that doesn't make it an obligation. There's no obligation.
Don't you have an obligation to your own people to create a better world?
Yes, you have an obligation to your own country, your own people.
So let's pretend for instance, let's say for one second, let's say we don't have a child's view of foreign policy. What if a country was invading Mexico to the south, and the country was called the Kill All People country, and we saw them about to invade Mexico? Wouldn't it behoove us to help Mexico to resist the invasion of the Kill All People country before they're on our border?
It would probably be in our best interest because Mexico's on our border. So we wouldn't want them coming into a nation that's on our border. So yes, that would be something that we would probably want to do. But again, it's not an obligation.
I hate to do this. Rayball has another question. They say, for both, please explain Trump's platform for the 2024 election. I'm not sure.
Well, he has a concept of a platform. I think we know that much.
Yeah, I
Give
mean,
any
I don't
thoughts?
know. I don't pay much attention to Trump's platform because I'm not voting for Donald Trump.
Gavin Lockhart says, Destiny, what are your thoughts on the Kamala Harris FBI prosecuting the, am I saying this right, Uruhu movement for having Zoom meetings with a Russian? Because that seems completely undemocratic and anti-speech.
Can you pronounce it again, or what was this question?
Yeah.
Uruhu, U-H-U-R-U.
U-H-U-R-U.
Oh, the Uruhus. So what was the question about the Uruhus?
You say, Destiny, what are your thoughts on the Kamala Harris FBI prosecuting the Uruhus movement for having Zoom meetings with a Russian? Because that seems completely undemocratic and anti-free speech.
I don't know anything about that particular issue, so I wouldn't be able to speak on it.
The Uruhus were charged with, it's similar to sort of what's gone on with Tenet Media a little bit, where they were accused of being Russian assets, essentially funded by Russia. They went to court. It was the Biden administration that went after them. They went to court and they actually just won their court case. They are found to not be Russian assets at all.
Got it. This one coming in from, you appreciate it. Chase Hatchet says, okay, got that one. Summer, thanks very much, says to both. There's a movement in the far right right now with figures like Fuentes, Gariepi, Destiny's buddy, that are disavowing Trump since he's tamer / not pushing as hard on MAGA issues. Curious to get your opinions on that as left-leaning people.
I mean, if you court crazy racist people, you're obviously going to get crazy racist people as part of your movement. It's not surprising at all to me. I don't know what else to say.
I don't know anything about these people enough to make any sort of characterization about them.
Otto says, I wonder if Kim knows that in other democratic countries, parties just introduce their candidates without having primaries.
I don't compare ourselves to other countries. I would like to see a democracy in my country, and that's what I advocate for.
This one from George.
Also, it seems
Connolly
like,
says,
so for this Uruhu group, so they were convicted of conspiring with a Russian agent. They were acquitted on one charge and they were convicted of another, so they didn't beat everything, right?
I'm not 100% certain. I believe that they beat their case.
Okay, they were handed a mixed verdict. You sounded very certain, but it sounds like they were actually convicted of conspiring with Russian agents, but they were acquitted of the more serious charge, which would have been acting as agents of a foreign government. So I'm guessing this is a type of FAR violation, but it wasn't the worst type of FAR violation.
Ooh,
Yeah, so they had some contact with Russians.
Well, no, it doesn't sound like they just had some contact with Russia.
Hold on, I'll be right back. I gotta get some water. I am dying. Wow. Fuck, it is cold in my room. I didn't turn my heater and put on a coat. Ugh. Holy shit.
I don't think there's a federal charge for just
I
having.
got up and like my
aggressions.
feet left the
There's
carpet
probably
for a
federal
moment and they
charges,
touched
though,
the air and I was
relating
like,
to,
oh!
Conspiring with agents and not making a declaration of that TUFARA, which is the law of the United States.
Folks, we won't be able to take any more questions, so do appreciate your questions, but we want to wrap up by a decent time. So for sure, please, no more questions. George Connolly was, I think, a little bit late to the party. They seem to think, Kim, that you're for Trump. So they say, is Kamala, or for Kim, is Kamala becoming the nominee more or less democratic than Trump's electoral plot and attempted insurrection? I think you'd probably disavow. So Richie Constitution says, Destiny, I don't want to speak for you, though. I want to give you a chance if you'd like.
I just don't. I think that whatever the procedure was that Trump was attempting after the 2020 election, going through the courts is the proper procedure. If there are other constitutional procedures that he was using in order to challenge that, I think that's completely fair. So I think it's fair for an American to challenge an election.
To be clear, Trump wasn't just challenging the election. He was trying to break the law because he lost all of his election challenges, but...
This one from Jonathan Gendler says, Kim, there weren't presidential primaries before 1912, before 1976. You did not always need them to win them for the party's nomination. And say, go ahead.
Yeah, the country hasn't always been perfect. We've had a lot of dark moments in our history that have been highly anti-democratic. For example, slavery, or saying that blacks were 2/5 of a person. So we have evolved. We've become more democratic. We should be becoming more and more democratic as time goes on, as we become a more enlightened people.
You got it. Space Miner says, considering an ever-increasing nanny state by police powers, what would the enforcement powers of police look like under either opponent? I think they mean, in this case, Harris or Jill Stein.
What is the question?
Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Good question. They say, considering an ever-increasing nanny state backed by police power, what would the enforcement of these powers look like, whether it be from Harris or from Stein?
I don't know which powers they're referring to exactly. The executive.
I would say, in my conversations with Jill Stein, she's very much against the surveillance state and this labeling of misinformation. So I would just think that under Harris, we've seen a definite, under Democrats in general, a ramping up of these ideas of surveillance and misinformation and flagging people and tagging people. So I would say that there would be a ramping up of that. I think. I'm not really sure what the question was. That's my best answer.
You got it. I think that fits it. Tip 35 says, Kim, thanks for coming on. Can you explain what the three, let's see, I don't know what that. Dan Shire says,
damn ratio.
Articulate any specific
bunk
Biden
question, I
policies
guess.
that were
Feels bad, dude.
to our economy.
Biden-Harris policies detrimental to the economy. The advocating for lockdowns was the biggest detrimental
advocating for something.
Economy.
I don't think it's a policy.
Yeah, they were advocating.
And they happened under Donald Trump. So.
Well, Democrats were advocating for them. They wanted the lockdowns.
And being a level 9 is pretty
Democrats. It was
dude.
Harris and Biden.
Well, Harris and Biden are the heads of the party, and they were directing the people that were in positions of power. Not only that, but Biden did do
Harris and
mandates,
Biden are not the
which
heads of the
definitely
party.
affected
That's
the.
Not
They
true.
are. You don't think that the president is the head of the party?
No.
Who's the head of the party?
It would be the chair of the DNC or the chair of the RNC. Remember, if the president was the head of the party, then who would have... You already admitted this when you said that Biden was made to step down by the actual party heads, right? So even you
Well, the
don't
party-
agree with this.
The powers that were behind Biden. Yeah, he's supposed to be the party head. That is the way it's supposed to be set up, but they clearly have mechanisms to undermine that.
Okay,
which
so
is
then
fine.
clearly he's not the head of the party, and when the lockdowns were happening, Biden wasn't president, so he definitely wasn't the head of the party then, even if we do say the president's head of the party, so yeah. Also,
Okay.
does the Green Party even have open primaries? Or do
I'm
they
not
just have,
sure.
Hold on, if primaries are like one of the most important ideas of a democracy to you now, which for some reason is incredibly important, I don't even know
I don't
if
think they have open primaries, and that's a state-by-state thing anyway.
I think they all, no, it's not state by state, it's a private
Yes, it is.
organization.
An open primary is state-by-state.
No,
Some
primaries
states-
can be held however you want them to be.
No,
They're-
it's state by state.
No.
Each state decides. Each
No, they
party
don't.
decides within each state
No, they
how they're
don't.
going to do their primaries.
That
Yes,
is not
some states
true.
you have to register for the party in order to vote in that party. Some states allow you to vote in the primaries without registering. That's an open primary.
States might change how you register for how you vote, but how a primary is run is decided by the party. That's why, for instance, like Nebraska couldn't say...
By each state. Each state decides. That's why some states have caucuses, some states have primaries, some force you to register as a member of that party in order for you to vote in their primaries. Some states don't. You just
Do you
have
think
to
if
request
Florida said we're going to change it so that we're actually going to be the first party in the next primary cycle instead of Iowa, would Florida be allowed to do that?
Florida is not allowed to dictate the elections in Iowa. No, not even the Florida Democratic Party.
Not the elections. Let's say Florida says, we know when the Iowa caucuses are. We're going to hold our primaries before Iowa. Do you think Florida would be allowed to do that?
Yeah, Florida can do that if they want to do that.
Because what happens is both parties say, okay, well, we're not going to count your primary votes. That's what would happen.
Well, they can say that, but that doesn't mean that the state can't actually hold that primary. They certainly can. This was contested in the Democratic Party.
They can hold it.
Democrats just had this challenge.
I'm sorry, but I don't think you understand that these are private parties. I think you think that these are like part of the government.
I understand that they're private parties, but the states decide. So when New Hampshire decided that they were going to hold their primary, when they wanted to hold their primary, that was challenged. And the New Hampshire primary, the New Hampshire Constitution says that they go before a certain number of states. And when Democrats wanted to make that change, Democrats did not get to unilaterally make that change in New Hampshire. They actually had to contest it with them in court.
Because this is the agreement that the parties have with the states. But if a state decided that they just don't want to participate, or if they want to do it differently, they can do that. But then a party can say, okay, well, we're not going to count your primary votes. They don't have an obligation, the delegates, to listen to states. Otherwise, every state would want to go first, right? Why does Iowa and New Hampshire get to go first?
Sure, but that doesn't change the fact that the states decide. The state chairs, the state branches of the party decide. So I'm saying with the Green Party, back to the point, is I'm not sure how they operate in every single state.
I think they just do electors. I don't think they actually have like open primaries where citizens vote at all, which is interesting to me, given that seemed like such an important part to you for things to be considered democratic, and you support Jill Stein.
There were plenty of other candidates that ran in the Green Party. I interviewed many of them. So they did actually have challengers to Jill Stein. They didn't just anoint her. They had several other people. People voted on that.
Well, if you're going to say that, then in that case, that was the exact same thing that happened in the Democratic Party. There were delegates that had pledged for Biden, and then Biden supported Kamala Harris when he stepped down, and those delegates decided to vote for Kamala Harris. They could vote for other people if they want to.
Yeah, they didn't really give any other options, and they pretty much told everybody that they had to support Harris, and that was it.
They didn't.
The Green Party did not.
Delegates are allowed to vote for who they want to, but...
Thank you very much, Sommer, for your question. Asked, what do each of you think about the recent assassination attempts? Obviously on Trump.
You shouldn't be trying to kill people in the United States for our political system, so probably not good. Don't do that.
See, I knew it. I don't know why he doesn't let me do this.
Leslie Lewis says, did Trump purposely block the right-leaning immigration bill that Republicans have wanted for years? Yay or nay?
I think we covered that.
This one from Dan Shire says, we got that. Boredom says, why are
Wait,
there
that was
so
a yes
many
then, right?
former...
He did intentionally block that. That was shot down.
I'm sure, just like Democrats blocked him previously.
Wait, which Democrat what was a Democratic leader who shot down a bill that had the support of both halves of Congress?
I'm sorry, what?
What Democratic leader shot down a bill that had the support of both halves of Congress to pass?
Which bill are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about the immigration bill that was going to be passed.
I'm saying that Democrats blocked blocked border bills previously.
And the issue with this border bill, well, sure, but you're just wrong. You're making a horrible comparison here. There was a bill that was ready to go that the Republicans and Democrats supported in Congress, and Donald Trump said, no, keep the border open. I want to win the next election.
So then Republicans apparently opposed it because he doesn't have the power to just say, don't pass this bill. You can't pass this bill. People had to actually vote on that, right? So a bunch of Republicans decided to go along with what he wanted.
Yes, they were
How
bullied by Trump.
is that any different than what happened when Democrats were also blocking any sort of border bills when Donald Trump was president?
Because Democrats not agreeing with a bill and not wanting to vote for it is different than an independent leader like a Hillary Clinton or a Barack Obama or Biden saying, guys, don't vote on this piece of legislation. We want to keep the border open.
How each Democrat felt? I'm sure that there were Democrats that actually did agree, but they went with the party line.
Because we can look and see what they say publicly, and we have...
Yeah, what they say publicly is to support the party line.
Okay, well, what they don't say, supporting the party line is different than this leader was telling us that we need to change our vote. The Republicans were on board with the border bill.
What's the difference? The party line is from the leadership.
The difference is that there's a party line that people probably believe in, and there are individual candidates that might put themselves over the party or the country, which is what Donald Trump did. The Republicans were ready to support a bill in Congress, and Donald Trump said, don't support it. I want to win the next election. Democrats don't do that. They might support or not support something because of what the party tends to support, because they tend to agree with it, which is why they're in the party, but that's different than one leader coming out out and saying, hey guys, change your vote. We're not going to go ahead and vote on this thing. We want to keep it open. Okay. Like when Republicans shut down the government, or like when they lose their speaker seat in the House, or any other monumental ways they fail in governing.
I mean, I don't know how you think you know what everybody in Congress is thinking individually.
Well, I can just look at their public statements and I can see the things that they say. It's pretty easy, actually. When you live
Public
in a democracy.
statements are different. Okay.
This one from Boredom says, why are there so many former, I don't know if they're, like I said, late to the party or what. They say, why are there so many former left-wingers turning into rank-and-file Republicans? Maybe they're, in other words, I think that they know that you're not a Trump supporter, Kim. I think they mean other people. So I think they're trying to say that, for example, RFK is kind of falling in line and going, what are your thoughts?
Like a lot of Democrats are switching over to the Republican Party. I mean, I think we're seeing a shakeup of the parties, and we're seeing a lot of people from the right, like Dick Cheney, move to the left. Or I wouldn't say right to left. I would say perhaps the parties are shifting themselves. So we've seen, you know, like a lot of the intelligence community, the warmongering community, the military industrial complex, the Dick Cheneys of the world supporting Democrats. And we're seeing people who had previously been Kennedy Democrats now supporting Republicans.
Oh, no.
I think what you're actually saying is just there are some people very far on the left who are anti-establishment, who hate the United States, and these people find themselves in easy company when it goes to aligning with people on the very far right. And then I think that the fact that like the whole MAGA people are generally just anti-establishment means that it's very easy to get anybody else that hates the United States or hates the establishment or takes foreign money from people like Russia or Iran or China to all go and join their groups as well. So I think that it's a pretty easy alliance when you get a bunch of people that hate the state, hate the government, hate the institutions, and are just in general anti-establishment. And they
I don't
stand
pretend to know how people are thinking or feeling, nor do I have any desire to insult people.
How, you don't know what people are thinking or feel? How do you make comments on anything publicly?
I'm not going to sit here and claim that all of these people hate America when they're participating in the democratic process. I'm not going to make those types of characterizations or call them basket of deplorables or do any sort of insulting of my fellow Americans because they're participating in democracy and they decide that the person that you want to vote for is not who they want to vote for.
Okay, well, that's great. I will call out people who I think take money from other countries and they don't declare it. People like who worked under Tenet Media, other people that are still operating in this media environment, people like yourself probably. I think it's worth calling those people
and
out
that's
when they
what
have other
Giga triggers her.
Are you claiming, are you making it, did you just say that I'm taking money from any other, what did you just say?
Probably, almost surely, yes. And then number two, I think that it's worth calling out people that I feel have anti-American ideas. So for instance, when Donald Trump says he wants to destroy the Constitution or suspend the Constitution, I think that that's worth calling out. The Constitution exists above all three branches of government.
Let me just say it.
You're a piece of shit.
Sorry, you just are. To make that kind of characterization of me, to make a claim that you know nothing about, I've never taken a single dime from any other country, not even this country. I am completely independent. And for you to make that sort of characterization, that sort of slander, that sort of slur right here in front of everybody, you're a piece of shit. And I speak for a lot of people when I say that.
I'm sure you do, and I'm sure they're all flying to Moscow right now, comrade. Thank you.
Just because we going to this one. George says, does insurrection count as a violent crime?
Wait, now I want to see her face when she says that. Wait, hold on, one more time.
A lot of people slander, that sort of slur right here in front of everybody, you're a piece of shit. And I speak for a lot of people when I say that.
I'm sure you do, and I'm sure they're all flying to Moscow right now, comrade. Thank you.
Just because we going to this one. George says, does insurrection count as a violent crime, or is that excusable? Say if it's Trump that's doing it, rather than Harris, is it okay?
I think insurrection is always bad when you're trying to destroy the United States of America. But I don't know, maybe some people just consider that democracy or challenging things in the courts, I guess. I don't know.
I think it's perfectly fair to challenge elections. If that's what people want to do, people can challenge elections.
This one from I Killed Earl. Say, for Kim, how have Biden and Kamala's border policies been a failure when they've removed 4.4 million illegal immigrants, while Trump removed 1.5 million, according to MPI?
Well, first of all, we've had a lot more people coming through the border at this point than when Donald Trump was president. A lot of it had to do with the entire globe shutting down and immigration just being low and migration being low around the entire globe during a certain period of time. But I think it's rhetoric. And that is one of the points that a lot of people who are very much against Donald Trump, they don't like his rhetoric. Well, rhetoric is what Democrats were using when they were basically saying that border crises were not really crisis, that this was just some sort of a made-up racist talking point or political point. and they were ignoring the border. So even if they are now scrambling to do something about it, it doesn't make up for the fact that they undermined the issue for a very long time.
Yeah, the undermining of the issue happened when Donald Trump told them not to pass a piece of legislation that would have helped with the border. Donald Trump undermined that more than any other person. There's a reason why Obama, and Piers loves to say this every time somebody on his program, why Barack Obama was called the deporter-in-chief. The problem with the border crises is that a lot of them are made up by Republicans. That's why Donald Trump humiliated himself on stage when he was screaming like a senile old man about watching Haitians eating dogs on TV, and he had no actual response to claims that were basically fabricated in front of a city council by a neo-Nazi on YouTube.
This from Oni Chan says, Destiny, seriously, why are my tax dollars going towards a genocide instead of improving our infrastructure?
It's not one or the other. Biden, thankfully, can fund our foreign interests, and he can do legislation to improve our infrastructure at the exact same time. we can walk and chew gum at the same time. Whether or not we want to support our allies internationally and what types of things we want to fund domestically just have to do with the types of legislative accomplishments you can make in Congress.
This one from George Connolly says, Kim, was Trump's, let's see, we got James Zog says, after Pearl Harbor, Germany declared war on the United States. They were obliged because they had an alliance with Japan.
What was that? What is he saying?
They had said, after Pearl Harbor, Germany declared war on the United States. They were obliged.
Oh, I see.
Because they had an alliance with Japan.
Well, yeah, and we went to war, right? I mean, we went to, but it wasn't the obligation of going to, the obligation is when you're attacked, your people are attacked, right? Then you do go to war. That is what people do. But the question was whether or not we're obliged to go to war on behalf of another country. We're obliged to go to war on behalf of ourselves. We can then resolve that war or engage in that war however we see fit, whatever we think is the best way to get to the end result that we want to get to. But we're not, my point was, we're not obliged to go to war. We do have agreements. We have NATO agreements, which does make us obliged. At that time during World War II, we did not. So I wouldn't call it an obligation. There are times that we can choose where we think it's in our best interest to go to war, or we think it's a moral interest to go to war, or an ethical interest to go to war, but I wouldn't call it an obligation.
I think that if we want to keep trade free and open like we have for the entirety of the planet, I think that if we want to keep the world at relative peace, which it has enjoyed more than it has at any other point in history under U.S. leadership, I think that we have an obligation both to the entire world and to our own citizens to ensure that that peace stays as well as it can with the United States at the head of it. I don't think that a Russia that has invaded Moldova, that is...
Hold on. You want to start I don't know if you have anything packed. If you do, start bringing it today. But yeah, you're officially good to go, dude. You got the green light. You are all ready. Yeah. And let me know when you're ready. Yeah, so I think my new roommate will be ready to move in tomorrow. I think that's it. All right, I think I got my phone call rehearsed. I just don't like making phone calls to people I haven't like talked to a whole lot yet, and because I haven't talked to this guy like every fucking day for like 6 fucking months, it's still a little weird, you know? It's gonna take like a month or two for me to be like, hey, how you doing, man? What's going on, bruh? You know? But yeah, I think it's gonna be good. The internet's already all figured out. Like, obviously, I'm streaming on it right now, and everything is going absolutely fantastic. 0 dropped frames at 1080p for 3 hours. That's amazing. So that's awesome. Downloads have actually been faster than ever. Same with like watching content. It's been absolutely great. So yeah, shout out Xfinity for being go to internet. Yeah, bills are all in my name now. Power's in my name. Yeah, renter's insurance is in my fucking name. Everything is in my name. Yeah. That's what it's all about. I mean, like, to a degree, I guess. It's just, like, sucks, dude. It's like, fuck, bro. Like, on a practical level, nothing has changed for me. I'm still paying the same amount That's not true. I'm paying like a little bit more. I'm paying like $50 more than I was, but that's whatever. Yeah. You gotta see to see, man. You gotta know to know. I can't just be like, oh, it's gonna be bad just because I have this attitude. That's not good. That's how I make it bad.
Invaded
We're almost done with this video.
Georgia, that is
let's get
invading
through it.
Ukraine, that deploys its paramilitary to the Middle East and to Africa. I don't think that letting Russia control the world is good. I don't think that letting China, a country that is or is not currently maybe genociding their Uyghur citizens, that has its eyes set on Taiwan, I don't think letting them control the world would be good. I think that for the most part, I think the West has largely enjoyed the U.S. being in charge of things, and I think that most of the world probably enjoys, for the most part, the United States being at the head of things, rather than people like Putin or Xi Jinping.
This one from Pondering Politics and George Connolly have basically the exact same question, coincidentally. They had asked, for Kim, they say, was Trump's electoral plot and attempted insurrection more or less democratic than the DNC replacing Biden with Kamala in particular?
I don't believe January 6th was an insurrection attempt by Donald Trump. Maybe there were people inside of J6 that, you could maybe make an argument that there were some sinister individuals who were involved in that, but I don't think that there was some top-down directive that came from Donald Trump or anyone in the Republican Party. And as far as
how can you say that when you said earlier you don't know anything about what happened? You said over and over again you weren't sure.
I know enough to know that from the investigations that there was no directive that they found coming from the top down.
That's literally he's under indictment right now by the federal government, by Jack Smith. How can we say that we know?
Yeah, wait.
Just to hear.
Wait a minute.
From Kim. Go ahead, Kim.
Yeah, there was no directive coming down from the top. There's no evidence of this whatsoever. They can make any charge that they want. They could charge you with anything that they want, Destiny. You can fight that in court. Trump will not be he will not be convicted of an insurrection, of plotting an insurrection where there's no plans or plots that were there. So, individuals behaving however individuals behave is completely different than coming from the top. So I don't think that I don't think there was an insurrection coming from the top.
Yeah, I think it was pretty obvious that there was. I think that there was a plan in place the entire time to have Donald Trump subvert the peaceful transfer of power. I think he followed that up by goading everybody on the January 6th. When people say stop the steal, when they say we need Mike Pence to do the right thing, he's talking about stopping the steal of the election because he wants to remain president. When he's talking about Mike Pence doing the right thing, he's talking about Mike Pence choosing him to be president. When he tells people we're going to march down Pennsylvania Avenue and we're going to give them the strength that they need to do the right thing, he's talking about them objecting to the certification of the election, using intimidation and violence that they have to do it. And they were successful to some extent. They managed to delay the certification of the vote. But unfortunately, there were too many proud, strong men, most of whom were Republicans, people like Barr, people like Pence, other lawmakers and other bureaucrats inside the White House that managed to stop and thwart Donald Trump's plot to insurrect and coup the government.
You make a lot of assumptions about what a person's thinking inside of their mind when they haven't actually said anything. That is.
What do you think Donald Trump hasn't said that I don't know?
Well, he never said go down there and stop them and do all. He said we're going to go down there and peacefully protest. That's what he actually said. You then want to put something else in his mind and in his mouth, just like you do for all of your fellow Americans.
He said stop the steal. What does stop the steal mean?
They believed that the election was stolen.
Okay,
that is something that is fine for a person to believe.
Okay, and if you think the election was stolen, and if you think the election is stolen, and you send a ton of people down to the Capitol building where they're certifying
protest.
Why would you peacefully protest a stolen election?
That's what he said.
No, he didn't say. He said, "I know you're going to go peacefully protest."
Down there and we're going to peacefully
protest. He didn't say
protest.
that. No, you're putting words in his mouth. He never said that quote. You just invented that quote.
Then you tell me the words that he said when he said, "Go down there and violently take it."
No, he said we need to fight like hell. You need to fight like hell, or you're going to lose your country. He said we need to give these weak Republicans, something to fight for. We need to give them a backbone. We need to help the strong ones. They're going to help us. He made these statements over, and I read you 20 statements that he made. It was an hour speech.
Destiny, you make things up.
Well, he's the one under federal indictment.
People are thinking. You make things up about what people are saying.
You're making it up. I haven't made up a single thing. You just made up a quote from
land.
What fantasy land?
You need to focus on facts.
I am focusing on facts.
Focus on
what people say. You're the one that you didn't even know what the legal theories were that you were purporting earlier.
People that support RFK Jr. are just hateful. They hate the country.
Yeah, a lot of them do.
America.
They do. Absolutely. 1,000,000%.
Look, you're just making stuff up.
What am I making up? You haven't said a single thing I'm making up.
Tip 35 says, this is our last one. Thanks for our, I got to tell you, folks, we really do appreciate our speakers. It's been a true pleasure. We've got one last question, but I do want to remind you, They are linked both in the description box and in the title. You can click right there on the hyperlink in the title. And they're also linked in the podcast, as this debate will be on the podcast within 24 hours. You can find our guest links in the description box. Even if you disagree with them, folks, there's so much value to going to the original source, going and hearing it straight from the person. So highly encourage you. Check out both Kim and Steven's links.
I mean, this guy's an alright moderator.
Think of a nation with a better form of government than the.
I mean, like, a lot of people give modern day like a lot of like grief for like letting people kind of like interrupt each other, but I feel like he does a really good job of like, I feel like he actually does do a good job of like recognizing when like interruptions are kind of like necessary in order to like keep a conversation going. Like, he's very, very aware of like conversational flow, and I really appreciate him for that. When it comes to like his questions and shit, where he just goes like, I don't really get that question, so I'm not even gonna bother asking it. It's like I sometimes it's like maybe the person who like the question is to will get it, so it's kind of valuable to ask that question because it always piques my curiosity whenever that happens. But like, you know, womp. Can't win them all. Can't win them all, man. Can't win them all.
United States. If not, then isn't America one of the best nations to lead the world?
Yes, the United States is the best country on earth, and there is no other country with a better system than ours. And that is why we have to protect it, and we have to strengthen it, and we have to constantly work on our democracy. Otherwise, we can easily lose it. We cannot take it for granted. We have to understand that our system is delicate, that it was that it is to be cherished, and it has to be protected. And that means democracy must be protected at all costs. And yeah, I do believe that America is the greatest country on earth, and we have the best system on earth.
Thank you very much. Folks, want to say thanks so much for tuning in. Click on Kim's and Steven's links. Hear it straight from them yourself. Want to say thank you very much, Steve and Kim. It's been a true pleasure to have you tonight.
Thank you very much.
I'll be back in a moment, folks, so stick around. I'll have a post-credit scene about upcoming debates. Be right back. Thank you both very much. It's been a true pleasure to have you tonight.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Okay, well, that was cringe.
Yikers.
She's going to be hella mad about that one for a while. Oof. Okay, well, good job. We did that one. Talk about the debate for a couple minutes. What is there to talk about? I mean, it's...
Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's much.
Like, they have the... I don't think she had... Like, she does news for work, right? She does news for... This is her job, and she doesn't know, like, a single fact about literally anything. She doesn't know anything about what's a single Trump policy, what's a single Democratic policy, what's a single anything. She has no idea. Yeah, just... yeah.
What the fuck is that meme music, bro? The shit did I just hear in my ear? What the hell was that, bro? What was that, bro? Oh. Okay. I guess I could throw this on for a little bit. Yep. Why not? Yo. Hey, come on! Yo, I'm clicking on it!
Assumed him to the point where
fuck!
He legitimately damaged actual relationships with his
the
friends.
The fuck was that?
You think my debate with Destiny stood the test of time, but yours didn't, despite it.
Stood the test? Wait, which debate is he talking about? Which debate with Bo Blacks of mine has stood the test of time?
I have a 600,000 view video owning Destiny on my channel. My Twitterverse's audience is not the dumb little commentary community that, by the way, I built with Augie over 3 years.
Oh man, this was like the most important day of this guy's life.
I helped build the community that you're setting my standards to. Destiny's not cool. He's not my friend. I hate him. Tipster I hate is a meme. I hate Destiny. He's evil. He's not my friend. Everyone but you knows this.
Supposedly, this guy's friend emailed me and he killed himself after making this.
So recently I was
No,
watching my
not
favorite
true.
live streamer, Augie RFC, come back to YouTube, and on that stream, the YouTuber Boblax was caught making several lies, ultimately culminating in the fact that he actually did not have BPD.
Yeah, I lied about having BPD.
We need to start calling people retarded, because when people are actually retarded, it's hard for anybody to take them seriously. I do think that Boblax legitimately has like some kind of learning disability or intellectual disability or whatever. The guy's like actually retarded. But it's harder to feel bad for him since he's so aggressive. Like, he weaponizes his retardation in the worst way possible.
Boblax on his Mayo Monkey Black's private account tweeted, "How would Nick react if I made that same tweet, but I replaced Alberto with Destiny?" And it is the imagine if all these freaks were in the same room Alberto meme. Now, when Boblax brings up Destiny in this tweet, he's referencing the time that he boosted a false allegation that Destiny the streamer was a file. When he knowingly quote tweeted someone pushing obvious jokes as a legitimate allegation, Boblax used that as an opportunity to dunk on Destiny for platforming Mr. Girl. Now, the problem with this is those screenshots are with a girl named Courtney, and Josh knows Courtney, so now he's not just being malicious towards Destiny, he's also kind of fucking over Courtney, which was somebody he's defended previously in the past. Really
Just to be clear, I bullied Courtney into I'm just kidding.
pathetic behavior. Now, I know I don't give you my opinions in these videos, but I'm actually going to give you my opinion in this video because I desperately need the validation from my audience that I'm not as stupid as everyone around me seems to think I am. I think Boblax knows that he's in the wrong on this one. In fact, that's probably why he apologized and specifically wrote to Nick explaining exactly what his thought process was and why he was wrong. I think it's actually also super hypocritical that he is making this argument when his previous statements are super contradictory to the types of arguments he's defending here in this tweet.
And now he's unironically calling ex-TikToker Papa Gut, who was known for calling out Billy on the platform,
Ex-TikToker on Mega
Honestly,
Wall.
I don't know if I should be surprised or not at this point, but regardless, it got a lot of people talking about Def Noodles to the point where he's now trending on Twitter.
Oh, how'd that get in there? Going back to the Augie RFC stream from yesterday, Nick DiOrio called out Boblax, saying that he oftentimes changes his positions when people slight him. Like, he'll go back literal years and start reevaluating takes he either didn't attack or defended at the time, and then retroactively now, because he doesn't like that person, pretends these things were bad. Ironically enough, he actually picked a screenshot from the exact drama that Courtney was involved in, the same person that's in the tweet where Destiny's being accused of being a pedophile.
It started on a late-night Augie Kick stream back in early April. Augie asked me why people in his community were mad at me. I specifically started talking about a certain prominent e-girl named Courtney, who was not very happy with me. Content creator Boblax then joked that she might have skeletons in her closet. I played along with this non-serious joke and said that there might be screenshots of DMs of her saying bad words. Courtney or whatever, they're just like seething.
Air it out. I want to hear you talk negative about
I bet Courtney has a lot of skeletons in her closet.
True.
There might be screenshots of DMs, who knows, but
Screenshots of... Not only was Boblax very aware of the Courtney drama with Michael Alberto, he was there the day the drama started and played an integral point in beginning it. There is no way that he did not know who Courtney was.
Augie, I think you should moderate more actively.
Literally shut the fuck up. Holy shit. Holy shit. Let me finish the sentence. Oh my god.
Boblax, explain. So I think he should probably stop explaining things, Augie, and maybe he should just read his tweets. So despite Boblax really being mad that Mr. Girl made comments about his sister, the reality of the situation is that Boblax's autistic fixation on Destiny has completely consumed him to the point where he's legitimately damaged actual relationships with his friends. Boblax genuinely believes that he and Destiny are enemies locked in a forever war, despite Steven...
Wait, hold on. Wait, how much does he talk about me? I'm not gonna compare myself to Destiny or saying his content is invaluable. I'm shitting on American politics for getting so bad that relying on streamers has become an option that is seriously being considered.
So despite Boblax...
Remember a year or two ago when everyone was praising this guy as a misunderstood intellectual thinker just because Destiny talked with him on a live stream frequently? LOL.
Really being mad that Mr. Girl made comments about his sister, the reality of the situation is that Boblax's autistic fixation on Destiny has completely consumed him to the point where he's legitimately...
It's pretty impressive how uninflated Destiny's ego is, considering how many people act like he's the most important person online.
...damaged actual relationships with his friends. Boblax...
I did f up and kept trying to roast Destiny after my bad tweet. I want to let you know that I'm not trying to be unfair to him. I'm just going nutto a bit, LOL. I'm going to be taking a small step back from being super active online for a bit. Just wanted to let you know that I'm going to let myself turn into a lol cow or become another casualty in the list of commentary friends lost. And feel free to DM me if you think I tweet something bad.
Genuinely believes that he and Destiny are enemies locked in a forever war, despite Steven, on most days, probably not remembering that Boblax even exists.
Pulled a king of nothing because something else in my life recently happened that got me f***ed up. I just shouldn't have been on Twitter tweeting.
When Boblax doesn't like you, he will maliciously attack you and try to endlessly justify it as some sort of misunderstanding. Yes. But does that give you the right to push a tweet with, again, someone we know? I know Courtney, you know Courtney, we defended Courtney with Alberto last year. Do you think it's fair to like take a tweet like that completely out of context to paint somebody as a pedophile because you have a grudge against them?
So I saw like in the tweet you see like Destiny's messages and like the joke he was making. I knew he wasn't being a pedo, but he was making a pedo joke.
So you retweeted someone who's calling him a pedophile and you're like, oh, he's clearly joking about this, but it's valuable to my argument right now, so I'm gonna make a comment about it. The nature of that was calling him a pedophile. There's not really another way to splice it.
Yeah, I know.
So this is one single example of a pattern of behavior that this little rat exhibits because of his downright malicious nature and raging insecurity. Look at this little freak. Look at me, mayonnaise. It's adorable. How could somebody like this be an egomaniac? Come on. I need you to listen and think about what I said and make a real apology. Not public, no optics, just you talking to me. I think you owe me that if you even respect me just a little bit. Video form, whatever.
Wow.
I understand this was a mistake on your part. You had no issues. A big I don't know if I'm being sensitive, but yeah, I'm always worried about being too whiny or bitchy, which is why I let retards like Team step on me for so many years with zero respect. And now I see you're doing the same shit with Destiny, letting him step all over you, trying to correct the record when he called you a big fat retard on his stream over fucking Boogie2988 DMs. Pathetic is what I think it is. I don't know, man. Maybe it's harsh, but I think you're a talented, smart, loving dude, but sometimes you're dense as Why do you think my debate with Destiny stood the test of time, but yours didn't, despite it?
Stood the Wait, which debate is he talking about? Which debate with Bo Blacks of mine has stood the test of time? What?
Being the same topic. You're not smarter than me, Nick. We're just smart in different ways. You need to hold me to the same respect level you have for yourself, or I don't want to be your close online friend slash...
The Invader V debate? 564 years ago.
Yeah, it was like a while and a half ago.
Anymore. Sorry, I love you, bro. I really do. But this is how I felt about you for a year now. Sorry, I didn't tell you sooner. I just assumed maybe one day you'd magically respect me and not act like I'm dumb. And Destiny is so smart in comparison to me. I don't know politics, but I know how to be a smart laughing about dead innocent corpses outside of a public protest and make a big tee-hee joke like someone's dad didn't just f***ing die. I don't give a about optics at that point. Destiny's a freak, and I never want to be as intellectual as him. He is a sex pest freak that needs to shut the up and stick to his lane, debating Boogie2988 fat on his cancer. Destiny is too retarded for civil political discourse. He's too content-brained. Making good, funny political streams does not equate to smart, Nick. A whole exists outside the screen. There's a theocracy process, and it's not decided by Twitter likes. You have zero respect for my opinion or intelligence. Half the community knows this is what I think of
Jesus
Christ. Then get surprised when I take a jab at him on Twitter.
Bro is so up his own ass right now. Holy shit.
We've been online enemies for years, and you're too self-absorbed to see that he memeing on Destiny is like me memeing on Anissa Joma. My audience has been aware of this for years. I have a 600,000 view video owning Destiny on my channel. My Twitterverse's audience is not the dumb little commentary community that, by the way, I built with Augie over 3 years.
Oh man, this was like the most important day of this guy's life.
I helped build the community that you're setting my standards to. Destiny's not cool. He's not my friend. I hate him. Tipster I hate is a meme. I hate Destiny. He's evil. He's not my friend. Everyone but you knows this. Literally, like 20 YouTubers know my behind it and the scenes opinions of him. I didn't need your snarky optics check. DM me next time. Zero respect. I'm asking for the bare minimum, dude. Bare minimum. Share the CM combo anywhere. I don't care. It's juicy content. You asshole. Apologize for real, or we're not friends. Bye. Hey, dude. Are you good? I was putting RGB on my refrigerator. You're sending like a lot of messages.
Okay.
Yo, for real, what the fuck?
Are you good? You were kind of restarted in that debate. I stand by every single thing I said in that debate, and I think it is true. She might have come off as a bitchy for saying it, but yeah, if you're watching a streamer for 5 hours a day and you don't have $5 to sub, get a job. If you don't want to sub, then don't. Okay, it's free content, homie. Stolen Wi-Fi, stolen laptop, stolen everything. If you don't want to sub, you don't have to, but don't be like, I can't afford it. Homie, why are you watching streams for 8 hours a day then? What's going on, man?
Nah, if you're, he
killed himself shortly after.
No, I see. Why are people saying he's wrong? I don't get it. No, this was my take. Was that she was right, but she was just a bitch about it. But like, she wasn't even that much of. It was funny. You don't have $5? It's $5, guys. Come on, man. Ooh, nice. Okay, I'll take that. I'll take it. I'll take it. Let me out. Okay.
After making "Am I the Asshole" Reddit post, hey, I'd like to get your opinion on whether or not my now deceased friend overstepped a boundary, or if this was an unreasonable boundary that was not communicated to him. This is his Reddit post made 9 days ago. I admit that it's possible that my friend didn't admit every fact in his post, but it was stated in his post. If what was stated in his post was true, do you think that it's possible he was a creeper/stalker? Oh, jeez. How do I access deleted Reddit posts? There's a way to do this. Okay. I started seeing someone, and we were really hitting it off, or so I thought. We have similar... Okay, so this is an Am I the Asshole post. Supposedly, this guy's friend emailed me, and he killed himself after making this.
No way.
I don't know. He didn't link a news article or anything, so...
Yeah, no. Definitely not real.
I said, you don't need an expert, just look up the info and
probably just like stop
only an expert in streaming and hacking. then why even watch a stream ever? Just go Google a bunch of stuff and look it up. Don't watch me for anything. Okay. All right. Am I the asshole for using someone's apartment code to drop flowers at their door?
No.
Oof. Uh-oh. Good luck.
Wait, uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh, wait, he posted on multiple threads. This one is still up.
Oh, no.
Am I the asshole for using someone's apartment code to drop flowers off at their door? I, a 35-year-old male, started seeing someone, and we were really hitting it off, or so I thought. We have similar professional backgrounds, congruent political and social views, shared ADHD, and interests in movies and television. Our temperaments, life goals, and general life perspectives were very much in line with each other, and I was very excited to finally meet someone with whom I felt a strong and genuine connection. We had been on 2 back-to-back dates that went late into the night and got PG-13 physical, but nothing beyond some kissing and touching. On our second date, she invited me up to her apartment for a drink before going out and provided me with the code to her apartment building, not the unit itself, to let myself in and up to her unit. The next day, she was away in another city seeing some family, so I purchased some nice orchids and a card. I wrote something like, I know this might seem excessive for a second date, but I couldn't stop thinking about you. I hope we can get together again soon. P.S. I picked the card because it's your favorite color, green. Ooh, that's a lot. That's a lot for 2 dates.
Yeah, that is a lot for 2. I'm not gonna lie, fam.
I entered her building during the day and dropped the orchids and card off at her apartment door and left. She has a Ring doorbell, which must have alerted her to my presence. Ooh, but I started to get nervous when I did not hear from her for the remainder of that day. Oh, okay, hold on. Let me write down some. Let's write down.
This is bad. Okay, so the card, right? Like, okay, the action itself is kind of a lot for a second date. Maybe it's just some flowers. It's kind of cute, right? A little weird, but okay. The card, bit much. What was in the card? A lot much. Being worried about her not responding to you for the rest of the day? Oh no! Dog, sometimes I don't answer my texts for like 3 days. Like, dude, no, you can't. Oh no. Oh yeah. This is all types of bad. I'm already calling it. Oh no. This is not good, dude.
Have bought flowers after a second date, dropped them off immediately the day after, wrote in the note acknowledging that it might be too much, did it anyway, entered apartment building with code, got nervous when no response was received that night.
Let's go! I hit them all! I hit them all! Yo, let's go!
She wrote,
we hit
sorry
those.
for the late response. Ooh.
Oh no. Uh-oh.
I've been running around all day. Plans haven't changed regarding her intention to date someone else that night whom she had met earlier in the week. She had even offered to call that date off, but I left that up to her and encouraged her to see it through, since I don't maintain control over anyone's body or choices. Thank you for the... Oh, no. Oh, shit. I see everything. Hold on. Oh, my God. Oh, no. Thank you for the orchid and card. That's very sweet. I really appreciate it. However, coming to my building and letting yourself into my building without my knowledge after knowing me 4 days is definitely a boundary. Ooh, it's been 4 days. Oh, I thought they were at least chatting a bit first. Ooh. It's definitely a boundary I'm not happy you crossed. It made me feel unsafe, which I can't imagine was your intention, but that is way too much for me where I'm at. As I've mentioned, I'm dating with intention, but that doesn't mean after knowing someone for 4 days I'm comfortable with that person essentially coming to my home unannounced.
Yeah, that's super weird, dog.
Oh, man. And she's making the classic female mistake. When you're a woman and a guy makes you uncomfortable, you always ghost. Don't ever, 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 ever give an explanation. Men will gaslight the they gaslight the out of themselves, they gaslight other men, and they gaslight women into believing that ghosting is mean and bad, and that you should always give a reason for why you don't want to see a guy again. But the reality is men will never accept these reasons, and they will always debate you on them, and they'll always argue on them, and then they'll try to find you and kill you, okay? Just ghost.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, yeah, men tend to have this thing where they'll bargain a lot.
I apologize sincerely and acknowledge that I probably shouldn't have done that, but I asked if she could find it in her heart to forgive me and give me a second chance.
Yeah, see? Yep, you've already lost.
It does feel a bit like a pick-me, knowing I was going on a date with someone else tonight. Wait, how is this a pick-me? Or is she using it differently? Does that have a different normie definition? It does feel a bit like a pick-me, knowing I was going on a date with someone else tonight, and you knew I was gone last night and didn't actually know if I'd bring him home and if he'd see it when I did. I only feel that way because you also
he is being a pick-me.
Changed again.
He's hella being a pick-me. Wait a minute. I think Destiny did get that. No, she's saying that he's being a pick-me because he left flowers on her doorstep while she was out on a date with another dude, not knowing whether or not... Yo! This is why you're still on the app, bro! This is why you're still on the app, homie. Oh, no.
Wood from that. I'm really not trying to come off as harsh or mean. You're a nice guy.
Apps are crap, bro. The app is crap.
And I'm not sure if I feel safe and trust your judgment.
It's unwinnable.
Needless to say, I was somewhat crushed and heartbroken. I noted that it wasn't a trick, and it was a gesture of interest and affection. She blocked me on everything, including LinkedIn. Jesus. Am I the asshole for doing this? I've really started to question my own integrity and how people see me in the future. My friends all thought the gesture was sweet, but I can understand how someone might not take it that way, so I'm trying to be objective and reasonable. Oof. And this is why the worst types of friends are the ones that always just gas you up and they never actually call you out on any actions and they just let you do whatever. Okay, real quick. Huge issues. Okay. Even if you do really like somebody, you have to appropriately adjust how much you show you like them based on the progression of how long you've known each other. Buying gifts for somebody after knowing them for 4 days or going on 2 dates, like, I think a small gift can be cute, especially if you're seeing them on another date. So let's say that you really know that she likes orchids, maybe buying one or something and then like having it for a third date, that would be like a cute gesture or something.
Yeah.
But dropping flowers off at somebody's apartment is a lot. That's a lot for only having been on 2 dates. Please read Dono. You calling Kim Iris in a plant was base as fuck. You deserve this donation. Wish I could do more. Please give me more content like that, my king. Wow, thanks.
Can I edit GIFs with paint?
Also, the fact that he dropped those off like the day after is that's a really quick turnaround. That makes him seem a little bit obsessive. Destiny, it was $25 worth of flowers. That's not that bad. Buying like multiple flowers and then dropping them off at somebody's door, I'm not arguing with you here. I'm telling you. I'm just telling you that most people are going to see that as a lot. Most people are going to see that as a lot. If you disagree with me, you can have your personal opinion, but I'm giving you warning for socializing in the future that the vast majority of people are going to see that as a lot, okay? Unless you are both like mutually fucking obsessed with each other. Super curious, why did the girl let him up after one date and give him the buzz coat? She must have been super comfortable with him first date, right? That seems like a big thing on her end too. Yeah, I think she kind of fucked up in giving him the code. I don't think that was...
That would open me up for some insane meme potential, though.
I don't know.
That'd be so funny if I could do GIFs with that.
But it's always good practice.
But I can do a GIF with
it's always good practice when somebody gives you permission to do something to always ask also like
more meme power. Dude, Paint.net is like giga powerful though, dude. Holy shit. Like fuck Photoshop. Actually, Paint.net is goated, dude. Just having like ass loads of free plugins and shit. Like. I didn't know it was just so good. It's made doing some like flat texture work just so much easier. Like, obviously, you want to use Blender for, like, 3D texturing, but for, like, flat texturing?
If I was over at somebody's house and let's say I wanted to get a drink from the fridge and I asked the girls, like, hey, can I go grab a drink from the fridge? Is that okay? And she says yes. I'm not going to do it the second and third time, assuming I still have that permission. Or if I come over again, like a third or fourth time, I'm not just going to go into their fridge and grab shit. I'll always ask until you're like very comfortable with the person. You're like officially dating, or you've been on like 4 or 5 or 6 dates. You've been like, after you've got permission like 3 or 4 times, then it's like, okay, yeah, go do it. But I might still ask just to be safe or whatever, right? But after like getting a yes one time, you shouldn't take that as a blanket invitation, because there's a bigger thing at play here too. When you tell somebody yes or give somebody the permission to do something one time and then they just do it over and over again without any asking whatsoever, you feel like you're in a very unsafe environment where you can never grant a little bit to test the waters and then recede after or take back something after, because the person is now entitled to like a new level of access. So if somebody lets you in your apartment once, the idea that you think you can just come in without saying anything over and over again, that's very, very, very scary. You're sending very bad signals to somebody when you do something like that.
Real, though. Very
also,
real.
The fact that he's literally writing in the note, like, hey, I know this might be too much, like, that's something that you write when you're doing something that definitely isn't too much. You wouldn't write that into something where you think you're actually doing too much, because if you actually think that you're doing too much, then you definitely shouldn't be doing it. Why would you do that at all, you know? Yeah, entering the apartment building with no code. The fact also that, the fact that he knew that she was going out on a date that night made it seem like he was checking to see if she brought the guy back, which she said in her texts back. So that's also a huge red flag.
Okay, he does acknowledge it. Thank God. Okay, he caught it. He does catch it. Okay. Oh, dude, that's just so crazy. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Just like, why? That's so wild to do. Oh, no. Oh, no.
Was he actually dropping off? Like, if I was the girl, I would think he's not dropping off flowers because he gives a he's just trying to see if there's actually, otherwise, why not just order a delivery service, right? Why not mail them to me? Or have like a flower person, what do you call them? Whatever like, why not have them do delivery? So the fact that he knew she had a date, if I was her, I'd be thinking, oh, he's definitely going to test. He's seeing if the guy's here, or he wants the guy to see me. Also, the reason why people don't like simps, okay? The reason why people don't like guys that do a lot of things for them like this isn't because the guy is doing whatever or is simpy. It's because simps do things expecting something in return for it. So the fact that he thought he did a nice thing and then got nervous when there was no response, like he was expecting her to be exuberant with joy. They're like, oh my God, you gave me flowers. He's like, oh, she's not responding favorably. Oh God, what's going on? And then when she DM'd him or texted him and she said, sorry for the late response, it makes it sound like he was sending her text messages afterwards. Like, hey, are you okay? Hey, I did something. Hey, but like, that's what, yeah, it makes him come off as like very, very, very clingy, very, very, very needy. And also, like, I just did something that might have made you feel a little bit uncomfortable, but I need you to give me reassurance right now that I did an okay thing, and then I need you to give me, like, positive reinforcement for it. It's like, whoa, bro, what the yeah. This is all of this, in my opinion, is, I would say, would I tell a girl to never see a guy again if he did this? I don't know if this would be enough for me to say, don't ever see him again. But I mean, I would definitely say keep your eyes open, like more shit testing, figure out what the f is going on. Yeah, this would make me very uncomfortable, especially if the guy is 35 years old. But I also probably would have roasted the fuck out of my female friend saying, why the fuck would you give this guy your apartment code? Are you fucking retarded?
Yeah, for real though, yeah. Like, what the fuck?
The comments are probably all going to roast the fuck out of him, I'm guessing. Can you see is there a place where you can
see the comments?
Where was the deleted? This only had 7 responses. This had 350, okay. The fact that you've checked her on every platform, including LinkedIn, kind of validates the stalker vibe. It was nice of her to give a gentle and clear explanation of her perspective so you can learn from it with the next person. Fucking yikes. Way too much, too fast, especially knowing she's also dating other people. She gave you that code, so if you showed up for another date, she wouldn't have to come down and let you in. Not so you could just stop by whenever you felt like. Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you advise girls in such a position to test the guy, or are you against recommending doing games? No, you should always be testing people to see if they're insane or not. Because if you don't test, then you're just going to wait and find out until they're ready to rape you, if they're going to be a fucking rapist or not, or if they're going to be crazy or insane. Yeah, of course.
Kind of true-ish.
Surely just having a conversation with him about boundaries could have helped a lot, right? Some people are just super social autistic when it comes to things like this. Yeah, but especially if the guy is 35, you don't want to be the training wheels for some dude to figure out, like, what's appropriate. Because also, you don't know if these boundary violations are done in good faith or if the guy's just incredibly selfish and he's trying to do whatever he can to get something out of you, right? It's just not, at this age, like if these are like 16, 17 or whatever, or 18, 19 maybe or whatever, then... Now I'm wondering if door code means code to the building or code to the apartment. It means code to the apartment, or I'm sorry, it's code to the building is what it sounds like she gave him. Code to the building, not to the apartment. You've said in the past that you hate shit tests / playing games. What's in between rape test versus other things? I mean, there are like, when I say playing games,
is that really a question that needs to? Wait, is the distinction not obvious between like shit testing and like crazy testing? Right? Like, okay, so like, hopefully he'll explain it too. The difference between like testing someone to make sure they're not a psychopath versus like testing someone like all the time to see if they really like you or some shit. I don't even know where to... I don't even know, dude. I hope me rephrasing your question like that, though, helped.
There are some... It's a different thing. I'm trying to think. Somebody doing things to gauge whether or not they like you or they feel like you're safe is different than somebody who's just, like, fucking with you to fuck with you. Those are, like, different things, right? Like, when I say playing games, I don't mean, like, testing somebody for safety. I mean when somebody, like, is lying to you or stringing you along or doing bullshit like that to fuck with you. There's a different thing than I think. Like, when I say playing games, I don't just mean, like, figuring out if somebody is a safe person to be around or not. Do you feel worse after being ghosted or blocked out of nowhere? I feel like being blocked is so much more poignant, but being ghosted leaves too much up for interpretation, which might mindfuck you worse than being blocked outright. I just assume...
What the fuck? Dude!
What?
This system is complete shit. It really is. Look. It's the worst lockpick system I've ever seen in any game. Why the fuck? It was all the way up there. It doesn't make any sense.
I always interpret lack of interest in the worst way possible. And then that's, yeah. Would you say someone testing by basically agreeing until the last step where they say no once you're both naked in the bed retarded? I mean, it feels like if you're the woman, you're exposing yourself to a lot of risk there. But I don't think saying no at any point in an interaction, if you're a woman, to see how safe things are. CrowdStrike up 7%? What the fuck? Oh my god. I don't know if I would ever say that's retarded, no. Why do people get mind-fucked over women they have only known for days? Surely same people could walk away from the situation fairly easily. Well, probably because he probably hasn't talked to another woman for a long time. And when you haven't for a long time, then, yeah, just one bad interaction might super mind-fuck you. Do you feel like your debate last night was super clean? It seemed very concise and straightforward dunking. Was she just actually retarded? Maybe... I think I'm going to go a little bit harder on, like, do you even understand what this thing is? I think I'm just going to start, because I have a lot of knowledge about things now, and I think I'd let too many people get away with just being retarded. So I think I'm going to start quizzing people more. It comes off as very, very, very aggressive, but, like, bro, come on. If you're going to make statements like, the Fed is being political, okay.
Jossie.
Nice to meet you.
You can say hi right here to the camera.
What is this?
Ethan came at me with some heat, trying to call me a P word or whatever.
What's a P word?
Oh. Can you say that on Twitch?
No, don't do it.
No.
I don't want to fuck up the
I'm not gonna say
Twitch
Twitch is weird.
Twitch is weird. Let's just not.
Yeah. But I know what you're saying. I'm 39, she's 20, so he came at me like calling me a creep or whatever, and he was like saying that I had like a little dick, my dick didn't work and shit.
Dude, his face. He's chilling. He's like, yada yada. Keem says some stupid shit for some stupid reason because he's been hanging around a bunch of lol cows lately and just surrounding himself with a bunch of like socially autistic people. This guy, literally, as he hears that, no, we're doing the frame data for this. No, frame data, bust it out. No, look at this. Hits blunt, right? It doesn't have a frame data analysis. Bro, it took like 12 frames. That was a quick jab of a word that he heard. Nah, this is like a 4... Nah, because we only need keyframes. Okay, in fighting games, okay, so 1. Because this is starting frame, okay? 1, 2... That's like a 4-frame startup on that blunt spit he just did. What the fuck?
Call me a creep or whatever, and he was like saying that I had like a little dick, my...
He just like straight up... I've never seen anyone spit out smoke. I've never seen anyone spit out a blunt like that. It's kind of impressive.
Funny, so he came at me like calling me a creep or whatever. And he was like saying that I had like a little dick, my dick didn't work and shit. And he got in trouble with...
And then he's like, it probably don't. And he looks at him like, yeah, dude, it probably don't. It probably doesn't, Keem. It probably don't. It probably doesn't work, dude.
And he got in trouble with YouTube.
Damn.
So he's on the fence.
You see, what do you think about that?
Oh no! And then the disassociation, the reassociation, oh no! What happened? What happened? What happened to my feed?
Well, what the fuck does the Fed even do? I don't know. Well, then how can you even make that fucking statement? It's not easy being 35 and with the experience to not be an autistic, socially stunted failure who creeps out women. It feels bad, man. Also, being green doesn't help. Yeah, sure. It sucks. It definitely sucks from the guy's perspective, of course. But then it sucks from the woman's perspective, too, right? It's not her job to train you. Because if she, like, if the guy fucks up, he's alone forever, and that sucks. If the girl fucks up, she's getting, like, her face cut off by some crazy homicidal rapist dude, right? So it sucks. It definitely sucks. But damn, I mean, do you think that those people who do not have experience at the age of 35 should work on their social boundaries within the context of friendships before they even attempt dating, i.e. being friends with women before trying to date them? Yeah, but there's like a very vicious cycle that starts. I kind of was fighting on this the other day with, I think it was with the critical dipshit. Is it in the cuck tweets? The issue is that once you start to end up in these spaces where they're heavily male dominated and you have no interactions with women, the spaces themselves start to become more misogynistic, so you further reduce the chances of you ever...
Jesus Christ.
For being able to interact with a woman, right? Like, this is so crazy and stupid to me, okay? People like you make it literally impossible for men to have any spaces, hobbies, clubs, interests, groups, or social spaces of their own. People like you mandated that women must be included in everything they think and do. And now people like you berate them for not having the very things they're prevented from having. People like you are the problem. It's like, bro, I don't think the thing that we need right now are more male-exclusive spaces. Like, but that's the issue, is that once you become kind of incel-ish, I don't want to say incel because it's a loaded term, but like you become part of these like Discord groups where there's like no women at all, and then you get more into these communities. Well, then you start to live a lifestyle and you start to belong to groups that are even more exclusionary towards women. So you never, ever, ever have a chance to have warm spaces where you're just like interacting with women, even on like a friendly level. So you have no experience whatsoever, because now the people that you're a part of who also don't interact with women, like like try to make an actual effort, a concerted effort to keep women out. So you're like, fucked. Would you say the same towards women-only spaces? I mean, if women-only spaces have those problems, then I would say the same. I'm not aware of those spaces, but... Isn't Denisha Carter's statement dumb too? If men's mental health mattered to men, they'd be creating safe spaces for themselves and each other, pursuing therapy and creating community. Instead, they perpetuate the very behavior systems that have handicapped them in the first place, refusing to support or create community amongst each other, severely damage the women in their lives who try to care for them, and attack women online for not doing the work for them in replies to tweets like the ones below. I 1,000,000,000% agree with this. The problem is that, I mean, like, the left doesn't talk about men because they hate men and white people, I guess, or whatever. But the problem is all of the communities that are created for men are doing exactly what she's doing. Like, there are not men that go into Red Pill spaces or Andrew Tate spaces or Fresh and Fit spaces and learn how to create community or learn how to engage in healthy friendships or healthy behavior. It's always just like the same hollow bullshit lip service. It's like, oh, just be a lumberjack and go cut wood like a real man, or, you know, be there for your bros while you side hustle grind for your 5 businesses. And it's like, the fuck, what does any of this have to do with fucking anything? Nobody's learning how to be a better person here or a better friend or to build a community. And the communities that they are a part of all just revolve around blaming women and feminism and liberals for all of their fucking problems. Like, what do you even do? You know? Yeah, you're as soon as you start to fall into this shit, you're super fucked. Yeah.
Entire meeting with the 3 Muslims after all this controversy, and they were just telling him about Islam, and he was just, and like, bro, I was like, bro, and like, I called him the next day, and I'm like, bro, like, how you gonna go from, like, you know, this to Islam like that to like, now you're like, oh no, I was like, bro, I'm not gonna lie, like, that looks bad, that would look bad, and he was like, Jadion, they sent me pictures of my family's house. And like, bro, like genuinely, like, bro, like, I'm gonna keep it real, man. He got bullied into Islam. He really got, I've never seen someone get bullied into a religion before.
Because they all went against him. Remember when he made that one anti-Islam joke on his stream and then everybody started to attack him? Yeah.
Let's do it.
My friend was like, do it, just do it.
What? Just do it. Oh, I got you.
Sorry.
You look great.
Thank you.
Every year, don't be nervous.
This is a little embarrassing, but I'll admit it. Some of the fan cams that you watch on stream, I've commented underneath them, and you've read my comment like 5 times, and it's a little embarrassing, and my friends make fun of me for it.
No, don't let them make fun of you. They'll convert. They'll become fan cam commenters as well. One day. Before you know it. Lovely to meet you. Nice to meet you.
Wait, this wasn't a cringe interaction? Oh no, okay, this is her tweeting. Okay. I thought this was like some fucking
Let's go! Let's go!
Completed the task, once thought to be impossible, and as promised, there's a prize for you. Look back to where you came from. What? Did you think that was it? No, of course not. That was just a tutorial. Okay, don't look so sad, alright? It was fun, wasn't it?
You push that stone. You push that stone. I see the finish line now! Don't you dare lose it! No! Let's go! Let's go!
Bro thought he won. Oh no.
Destiny, that's only true if the person tries to find women within the spaces that they already exist in. The solution seems like it would be to explore social relationships in unrelated spaces, e.g. book clubs, volunteer groups, creator spaces, art classes, etc., essentially things that aren't built around specific political or social groups by default, but instead are around a common interest that's gender neutral. You can do that, but I would say you should be really, really careful about that. Because I think that people will pick up vibes. If you join a club or if you join a thing just to find women or just to hit on women, you're going to run into even worse problems than using dating apps. Like, everybody's going to identify you as like a creepy predator-ish person. It's like, oh, this guy joined the club just to get laid or whatever. Like, you don't want to be that guy, you know? This Minuteman dude was super nice. It was fun talking to him. I don't know if I'm exposing him, but he sounded like he was a fan. He said he watched my stuff and he appreciated it. He made a community post on his channel about coming to talk to us on Bridges, and oh man, his fans were not happy about that. Is there a way to auto-mute whenever Destiny speaks?
Beast.
Surprisingly, he seems to have a big crossover with Trent's community too, because there's a lot of comments in here about abortion.
I feel like I just watched something out of Rick and Morty, dog. Like, nah, like reality TV.
Bitch, is this cake? No, it's not. Oh, it's
So on tonight's episode of Is It Cake? The chair. Welcome, Darlene. Please have a seat. Like, this is some shit straight out of like an Adult Swim ass cartoon, bro. What am I? Well, what is this? Okay. What the hell?
Most of it was about abortion in Israel. Oh wow, I wonder if he deleted some. These comments were so much more unhinged later. Or, I'm sorry, earlier. Or maybe they just didn't get as many thumbs up. Oh wait, can you organize these by... sort by? No, they already were. Why are these up here? 9 thumbs up, 4 thumbs up, 8 thumbs up. Why are they above like a 324?
Now it's free, right? It's free now. Can I get a refund? Can I get a refund? Can I get a refund? Thank you, bro. Appreciate it.
Doing this with Destiny is crazy. Speaking of Trent, do you ever plan to do philosophy-oriented debates slash conversations again after the election? We'll see what happens after the election. Destiny's a clown. Simple as, it's not hating, it's an observation. True based. Destiny, quite unfortunate. Not a big Destiny guy, but glad to see you taking your knowledge to such a platform. Is anyone a Destiny guy in 2024? I don't think Destiny is a Destiny fan, given all the embarrassment that he's put himself through. He has shown support for eugenics, and his economic takes won't fix anything. Do you think this was supposed to be genocide? He just said eugenics, or?
No, I think he genuinely doesn't know, dude.
Don't forget, Destiny defended the Kenosha shooter and advocated.
It's pretty funny, actually.
For
What a
violence,
gamer.
and then led a hate campaign against, what was their name? Starts with a C. Caffles? Anyway, Destiny led a hate campaign against them, accusing the individual whose name... Oh, Candace, oh, I have no idea. Whose name I forgot, of coordinating some sort of targeted attack on Destiny to get him banned. I think it's
Keffels.
Keffels is what they're referring to. All while unwilling to take a moment to accept that Destiny himself was to blame for getting banned temporarily for advocating for violence while defending the Kenosha shooter, Kyle Rittenhouse. None of this is even connected to anything, but okay.
That person needs to get in contact with me ASAP, and I'll update them on the lore immediately. I want it deployed.
Maybe Kanye, Vosh's girlfriend? I have no idea. Oh, exciting to, oh god, it's Destiny, never mind, LOL. For real, what a disappointment. Destiny sucks, but I guess at least people who follow him can hear something educational for once. I'm not excusing anything he said. Oh, just to add, just to be careful, guys, hold on. I'm not excusing anything Destiny says or does. I've got all the hate for racists and Z-ists. Oof, can't even say it.
That's fucking hilarious. Kid stated character.
Yeah, when he supports the police,
What?
supports stooping BLM.
No! Heartbreaking. 3, 2. Every time I see the sad people on the floor. He's okay, but his food isn't. That's what matters.
Supports lower taxes, supports colonialism, and supports gun rights. He is so left-wing. Frowny face. What a random group assortment of policies. Okay. Destiny, the guy known for defending his use of the N-word, among other things. Honestly, not the best look. I love that Hassan propaganda. The guy that visits brothels in fucking Europe. Yes, please lecture me about morality more. Not to mention his defense of the Israeli genocide. The FD signifier stuff. Based. Are you for lower taxes? No, I don't know if I've ever said that ever in my entire life. To be fair, you only support lower taxes for yourself, but you want everyone else to be in a progressive tax system. Yeah, that definitely sounds like real things that I've said before, for sure. Why did you accept an invite from Destiny? Dude's a horrible human. Why is he horrible? He debated Norm Finkelstein on the genocide of Palestinians, and a while ago, he lost some friends because he had to defend people saying the N-word or something. True. Remind us, why did you move to Florida from progressive tax California? You understand that I still pay progressive. Do you know what a progressive tax bracket is? It has nothing to do with progressivism, right? I still pay into a federal progressive tax system. The reason why I moved to Florida is because Melina, my ex-wife, wanted to move to Florida. I stay here now because I like the low taxes, but I'm not suggesting that anybody in Florida pay different taxes than what I pay. I'm not saying that other people in Florida should pay taxes that I don't pay. I don't know what you're trying really, really, really hard to link these two things together. Like, you want to pay, you think that people should pay taxes, but yet you still take deductions on your taxes? Like, yeah, you got me, dude.
Wait, now I'm actually curious. Wait. It's right there! What do you mean? Oh, in the Microsoft store? Oh no, this generation is cooked. Oh, we don't need to worry about these kids getting groomed, bro. They can't even open up zip files, bro. Sooner or later, not even able to turn on the computer. Okay, nature's gonna heal. They're gonna start going outside because they're just too stupid, bro. They're gonna be like, it's just Normally when I come in the room, it's like on already, but it's like not on already right now. So I guess it's broken. So I guess I'll just go outside. Like, bro, it's a wrap. It's a wrap for this generation, dog. What is this? What is this? And you gotta unzip this and just run the batch file. How do I unzip this? It won't work. EA DLC unlocker. Oh yeah, you just need WinRAR. I'm not falling for that. Huh? That's an exe. It's gonna, like, fuck up my computer or some shit. WinRAR isn't even a real program. Nice try. Oh, Megalon. Almost got me, buddy.
Fuck that. I'm not watching anything with Destiny. Destiny, the insufferable genocide.
Oh, thank you, Father. Oh, yes.
Excuse me, fellas. Do you know if there's a coffee shop around here? I'm so...
Who is it beyond this street? Yeah, go make a left right here.
Up in the club looking fly in the muff. Oh, me and my team hide in the muff. Walk around the club like... It's the Vatican. I have to take it.
Okay. Holy Father, what's up? Yes. Oh, thank you, Father. Oh, yes.
Okay.
Side supporter. I would check it out if Destiny wasn't involved. Trust me, you don't want to be on Destiny's radar. Him and his audience are freaks, bro. Destiny, I was an ex-fan, dude. I remember exactly what you used to say. You wanted to move to Florida because you were making way more money and California taxes were too high. You were never a fan. It sounds like you were an anti-fan, and you're still an anti-fan. I never said that ever. Anybody that's watched me knows that the only reason I moved to Florida is because Melina wanted to be in Florida because she liked warm beaches and because she liked the Eastern time zone and because she didn't feel like she fit in well with the crowd in California. That's why we moved to Florida. Anybody that... I'm pretty sure you could probably find us talking about this on stream.
I don't think you would ever move back to Cali, though.
Oh, yeah. I also had multiple friends that lived here as well. Because I moved into the same building as Johnny and Mr. Mutin and New Salsa, and Dan lives like 10 minutes away. You better not ignore me after I find the clip. You're going to find a clip of me in the past year saying something about how, like, oh, I don't know if I'd move back to California. I like the low taxes here. You're going to find that clip, and then you're going to post it thinking that you've won the debate. But we never moved originally from California because of the lower taxes.
Yeah,
that never
like,
happened.
You'd have to be idiotic to move just for that, unless you were unless, like, this person thinks that Destiny is making, like, millions, like, per stream or some shit. Like, I don't know. And like, I don't know. Like, yeah, he has to think that, like, Destiny is making significantly more than what he is.
Can you explain why anti-fans even watch? I don't actually know. That's a good question. Some people just love to hate. I probably like watching reality TV. Like it's just drama, I guess, maybe, and you enjoy it. You definitely said taxes in California were rough. I did say that. I did say that California taxes were rough. The original claim was that I moved from California to Florida because of the taxes. That's not true. Do I think California taxes are high? Yeah. Did I complain about them? Probably. Did I complain about not getting anything from them? Yeah, probably. But I did not move to Florida from California because the taxes were too high. I moved because Melina wanted to be in an Eastern time zone. She wanted to have access to warm beaches, and she wasn't getting along well or didn't like the people in California. Those are the three main reasons we moved. If it wasn't for Melina, I'd probably still live in California, would be my guess. How many years of tax savings will it take to recoup the money you spent moving across the country? How much money do you think it costs to move, my dude? It probably cost me like however much the gas cost. What are you talking about? I remember you saying that all the Molina shit was fake and you were leaving California because of the taxes. Based and true. Love you, dude, but I'm not watching a video with Destiny on it. True. God, fuck, I wish I could find. There was one golden comment here where it was like, it was something like, Destiny's a horrible person. Somebody's like, why? And it's like, Destiny said that he would be okay with pedophiles having sex with bodies that were grown without brains. I'm like, what the fuck? Oh, wait, actually, I might have screenshotted that comment. Hold on. I thought it was so fucking random. I was like, Jesus. Will you ever move out of Florida? Maybe. Well, right now it's hard because now I've got my studio downstairs and everything, and I don't know if I'd want to leave it. It was this. Why do you guys have such hate boners for Destiny, LeMayo? Both she and the man seem very reasonable and are engaged with Mr. Rossi. It seems like an interesting conversation to me. I don't get the slurs, enlighten me. Just try watching. He said he'd be fine with the idea of pedophiles using mindless child bodies made specifically to be used in that way. I think this is from the Trent debate on abortion, where Trent was like, so you think that conscience is the only thing that matters? What if you created children bodies without brains in them? Do you think pedophiles would be able to And I'm like, yeah, I guess. What a crazy hypothetical. I'll engage in it, though, because I will engage with hypotheticals. I'm not a fucking coward. California has the best roads for the most part, weather, parks, and homeless people from every other red state because they don't freeze to death. Well, they had a lot of homeless people. California absolutely does not have the best roads. I don't know where the well, maybe unless Northern California is significantly different. In LA, that was absolutely not true, that they had the best roads. The best roads, I think, are in, they're in like warmer states, but you don't get a lot of fucking snow and shit. Bro, driving up north on this turnpike in Florida, the turnpike is perfect. Georgia interstates are flawless. Holy fuck. I think Utah and Arizona, I think were like perfect, but I only drove on the interstates here, like crossing like huge distances, so maybe the local roads are different, but these are like perfect highways. I think through Texas might have been as well. My God, like it was like sandpapered down, perfectly smooth, flawless asphalt. It was beautiful. I was crying with tears. You're driving at night and all the reflectors are super bright, and my God.
You ought to have your heads examined. You ought to have your heads examined. And those votes may be necessary for us to win. I say us to win because we're in this together. But who are these people? Who are the 60% that would vote? And I really believe that bad things, very bad things are going to happen. And I'll put it to you very simply and as gently as I can. I wasn't treated properly by the voters who happen to be Jewish. I don't know, do they know what the hell is happening? If I don't win this election, and the Jewish people would really have a lot to do with that if that happens, because at 40%, that means 60% of the people are voting for the enemy. Honestly, you ought to have your...
Okay. Dusty, with you being rich, what strategies do you use to stay grounded and avoid losing touch? I intentionally lose touch, and then I pretend I haven't, just to trigger the fuck out of chat.
Ah, thank you!
Oh, no.
Okay.
Would you like to?
This was a while ago. Okay, boys.
4 hours?
That's actually pretty alright. Yeah, I'm hungry as shit. I'm gonna make some food. I'm gonna play some video games. How was the drama though? That was it. Hell yeah. Epic, boys. Hell yeah. Alright, guys. I will try to be streaming more frequently again. Even if we're just playing video games or some shit, I want to try to be more consistent with at least streaming like 5 to 6 days a week. So yeah. Yeah, hopefully I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Later, gang.